Oh my God, we are live, baby. Babies, we are live. Wow. Is this live? They'll say something. Okay, wait. I can see your comments too. This is insane comment section too. What up? We're gonna have a Tom Nash, Mr. Bear Market coming today, but he is running away. He has babies. Bear Market is Big Bear, and Steven is on sabbatical. Steven is on sabbatical, and I'm sick, man. I'm so sick today, but I said, you know what? The community need it. The community need it. I said, community need it. So we're here for the culture. Well, I can't believe how many people are here. Peace and light. I saw Adama Productions. Peace and light. Yes, peace and light, Habibi. Peace and light. Zorro's obviously here. Zorro says, yo. Oh, very nice. Smooth operator. EM, LOL, we need it. Yes, whole community need it. I'm here at the StreamYard rooftop patio studio here. I'm not sure. Tom Nash will be joining us soon. He's going to be calling in this week. We got people. We got split hitters or like fillers, but great people. I mean, incredible. It's almost like think of this week as the YouTuber anti-scam interview series. That's really what we're doing here this week. We're going to talk to over this month. Really, it might be another week or two. I don't know. I don't know where he is. Has Steven posted on his channel? I should check for that. The last one I saw was December 31st, and it was the bald one. So I was like, you know what? He's probably having some bald anxiety, and that's fine, and that's fair. Sometimes it takes a man some time once they go bald to get a good hat, feel sexy again, feel whole again, and then a lot of people, they just go, they just kind of go, you know what? I'm not going to leave for 2 months, and that's it. I've seen people gain weight and do that. Like I know a guy who gained like 15, 20 pounds, and then he goes, well, that's it. I'm not leaving the house. Not leaving the house. Enough of this. When I get sexy again, then maybe I'll leave. I don't know. I'll think about it. Right now, I don't want to be there. I'm in everyone's way. Oh, I'm so big. Forget it. Well, it's been 3 years. We'll leave the house. Anyway, the bald thing, I've seen it. People go bald and they go, I don't feel like, you know, and then if you show up at the house and they're just like, if you show up, if the doorbell rings, they're just like, hey, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, no, it's really busy. I can't make it. Cool. Yeah, no, not feeling well. Okay, see you later. And then they, you know what I mean? It could be happening. I don't know. Unless anyone's seen a video over there. Has anyone seen another video? Learning scams alongside Amish for a month is a dope series. Thanks, Habibi. Sir Teabag, you are loved. You are loved, and if it is what you like, then I hope you are teabagging too, or getting teabagged. Whatever is your method of teabagging that you like, I hope that you are getting it, or you are giving it. This is God is great. Smooth Operator says, Bald Nation. Thank you, Smooth Operator. And a Bald Nation would be very smooth. Right? So Russell Stratton, haha, Zorro. Together the baldness is very powerful. Yeah, the baldness, there's nothing wrong with baldness. I put a link to his video. Go to the video and be like, Steven, be proud of it. You look great. Say something like that. Let's just see what he says. I remember we did that on the channel once where I was like, he left for a minute and I was like, okay, when he comes back, everyone say that his suspenders are real nice. And then he came back and people were saying it. And he's like, hey, people are saying they like the suspenders. Huh. Cool. Okay. Well, that's nice. Little pep, little pickup in the day. Cesar Cabrera says, Amish is the GOAT. Thank you. Russell Stratton. Hey, Amish. I hope you've been well. Honestly, I'm so sick. But I said, you know what? The community needs it. Whole community need it. I said, wake up. And I took like 5 different kinds of pills. You ever take so many Advil daytimes that you're like, this is Coke. Why would anyone do Coke? What's the difference? I think like a strong coffee and Advil daytime, this is why, like, just get rid of these terrible drugs. It's legalized. It's there. Go to the, you know what I mean? If you want to get wild, try it out. It's so good. I mean, it's because, you know, it's like an upper and it's like, what else do you need? Ritalin? Just 2 Dayquils and a coffee. That's it. We're killing ourselves over here. You know? Ganesh Butch says, where the fuck is bald coffee? Hey! Don't say where the fuck is. Have respect. Russell Stratton, I've done more than 13 and I'm still here. Shrugs. Sir Teabags. It lasts longer than Coke as well. There you go. Sir Teabag. Sir Teabag. Sir, you're absolutely correct. The cocaine, people are paying so much money. Crash Monday says Amish baby. They pay so much money and like this is poof, it is gone. It is an illusion. Silly. 20 minutes, they're can't stop, and then it's gone. So foolish. Anyway, I did want to show you guys this clip because I actually found a great marrying of our community and Tom Nash's financial community. It's a good marrying of the two communities that I found in this actual YouTube channel, because I found this YouTube channel and it's remote viewing for crypto investors. Do you see how the two families have married together? Remote viewing, that's spiritual stuff. That's me. I can cover that. I can speak on that. But then they're doing it into the crypto business. You got to see this guy. He rips. So funny. Hold on. Window. Here we go. Okay, tell me if you can hear this. If you can't hear this, we are so screwed, people. It's so funny. Please tell me you guys can hear this. Can anyone hear this? Can everyone hear this? Mix in Tylenol and become a can't hear, no sound. Damn it! How the hell do I share the sound on this thing? I'm in StreamYard. Oh. Sharing window. Okay. Hide. Okay. Here we go. Share, invite. Cam mic. Invite. No, don't remove it. Oh, here we go. Edit name. Stop screen. No. Cam and mic. Why can't I share my sound? Hotkeys? No. Virtual background audio. Store audio. Automatically adjust. Echo cancellation. No. Camera. Where's the sharing? Audio avatars. Automatically add shared screens to the stream. Okay. Report a separate audio file for each guest. No. Okay. Hold on a second. Steve is not here today. Patches, Steve is not here today. Steve is on a Ed Lazinski. It works? Are you saying that the sound works? No. I'm trying to get this sound going. Yeah, I haven't seen Steve. I haven't talked to Steve. Is he posting on his channel either? Tell me if he's posted on his channel. I saw the bald video, but that was December 31st. By the way, though, can anyone hear that? No sound scammish. Damn it. Hold up. Share. Stop screen. Share. Screen share. Let's do entire screen. Maybe I got to do entire screen. Oh, Chrome tab? Share audio. Share tab audio. Okay, I figured it out. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, bear with us. We are working through some technical issues here, but this is worth it. This guy's combined. Oh my God. He's combined remote viewing with crypto investing. And I think it'll be a good marrying of our channels. It'll be something fun for this guy rips. Okay, hold on a second. And God is great. Share screen. Chrome tab. Here we go. Okay.
And this is it. You folks here on Fox News certainly are more attractive than the perverts, creeps, and mutants over on CNN. I'll give you that. And you're better than the liars and racists on MSNBC. Speaking of Joy Reid and other race baiters, I see Jesse trying not to smirk. But don't for a moment imagine that you are ever telling anyone anything close to the truth. You're simply reinforcing the views of conservatives, keeping them inside the box. You are, in fact, gatekeepers. So stop with the blank stares. I know it's difficult after the Botox and plastic surgery.
Rips. I hope y'all could hear that. Could y'all hear that? He's not wrong. No. Okay, by the end, he actually does take it to a good spot. Like, meaning, like, he has a point by the end. but he is no, and like, hey, who are we to judge? You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe the guy can remote view crypto. I don't know, guys. I don't know what he's capable of, what he's not capable of. Maybe he can do remote viewing on that, but I got to show you the hold up. No. I got to show you the what's it called? The sales video. Oh my god. Here we go.
Can we tell you what the news will be before it happens? Hi there, I'm Dick Allgaier. Today is Saturday, December 5th, 2020. Yesterday, we published a short YouTube video with some remote viewing predictions. That was time-stamped and published. It was published around the world. Well, let me play a clip of yesterday's video. Hi there, crypto fans. Dick Allgaier here in Honolulu. I'm going to share with you some of our remote viewing predictions for the month of December. Here's what we're looking for this month.
And it's perfect.
A fire at a historic location. All right. Every month we publish remote viewing
That was his. That was the prediction. He just goes. Fub says, thank you, Prophet Dick. I know. Raziel the Great. He's calling them out like so many others can't seem to do. This is the paradigm of MSM. It is controlled messaging by basically less than a handful of companies. No, Raziel, 100%. 100%. Did he have to come in hot with the... Okay. Hold on.
Hi there.
Classic Amish. I'm going back and forth now because of Raziel's comment there. But let's not forget the first half of this, okay? Let's just watch this again.
And this is it. You folks here on...
No, hold on. The best is he goes, they didn't play the full clip online. I don't know why.
My segment was really brief. For some reason, they kind of cut me off, but Mimi managed to record it.
He's so funny.
And
He's
this is
joking.
You folks here on Fox News certainly are more attractive than the perverts, creeps, and mutants over on CNN. I'll give you...
It's rude. Raziel, it's rude. Listen, the second half rip on he did on conservatives, fine, fair enough. Or no, not about the conservatives. Okay, Freudian slip. Not because it's about conservatives. The second half of the rip he did, it's tight. Fair enough. I'm with you on the second rip. The second, just the part where he says, you guys are no better. That's good. But why the child molesters into this? Like, it's too much, dude. You can't say that.
Reason they kind of cut me off, but Mimi managed to record it, and this is it. You folks here on Fox News certainly are more attractive than the perverts, creeps, and mutants over on CNN. I'll give...
Okay, perverts, creeps, and mutants is actually... It's a little bit, come on, right? We're grown-ups. Let's keep going.
That, and you're better than the liars and racists on MSNBC.
The liars and... Like, Raziel, you can't just say racist.
Speaking of Joy Reid and other race baiters.
What is that? I'm not watching enough Joy Reid. I don't know if anyone else is watching Joy Reid. I just feel like that shit is so dumb, though. Like, I hate the mainstream people. I agree with it. I agree. So there, I agree. Raziel, Raziel the Great, there I agree. Okay, let's not go in, but I'm just saying, let's not go in with the attack of racist.
Better than the liars and racists on MSNBC. Speaking of Joy Reid and other race baiters.
Wow, throws the side rip in on Joy Reid. But this is where it gets tight, and good call, Raziel. This is where it gets, where he's spot on, actually. And don't say it's because they're conservative. He could say this. Everything I think after this is pretty tight.
See Jesse trying not to smirk, but don't for a moment imagine that you are ever telling anyone anything close to the truth. You're simply reinforcing the views of conservatives, keeping them inside the box. You are, in fact, gatekeepers. So stop with the blank stares. I know it's difficult after the Botox and plastic surgery, but try to blink.
Is that real even? Like, now I feel like I should do one of these. Like, I should just make one. I could just take that video and just put myself in. And people on Instagram will be like, oh, wow, Mish was on Fox News? Whoa, I saw what you said to those Fox News. This is the problem with 2022. The shit that comedians should be doing, he's doing it, Trump's doing it. They're doing all the good goddamn bits. These con artists are doing the bits. How the hell is a comedian going to do a bit in 2022? Sir Teabag, he's the kind of man who could who could win an election. Lol. Yes, sir. T-bag. Yes, he is. He's very powerful. He is a powerful speaker. Like the confidence that he speaks with about remote viewing crypto futures. Like there's no, like, this guy's not, you know, you listen and you're like, this guy is very sure of himself. He doesn't stutter. You know what's crazy? Elon Musk stutters like crazy. And sometimes I hear Elon Musk, I'm like, baby, you're doing great. Stop. What's the stutter? He's like, well, actually, trying to change the whole planet. Like, he's stuttering. This guy's acting like a psycho. No stutter. Absolute belief in himself. Let's watch the rest of this one.
Wonder if they're going to have me back. I'll be waiting. Bitcoin news. Well, we didn't get our $100,000 Bitcoin in December. That is not going to happen. But relax, take a deep breath. Let me tell you what's happening with cryptos. We're about to see an epic, long, volatile run. Talking with our technical analyst who's been working with us for a year and a half now. He's looking at the charts and he's very happy with what Bitcoin is doing. He says it's just moving perfectly for a run-up in January, volatility, February into March. He's giving us figures. Listen to this. $160,000 to $180,000 Bitcoin. Could that be? I'm not predicting it. Not saying it will happen, but his charts are saying the run is going to take longer. It's going to be protracted, but it's going to be higher. So as soon as that happens, I'll go back on Fox News and I'll tell them what's what. Stay tuned.
I mean, he believes in himself. There's some way to post your comments on the screen, and I got to figure. Oh, show, boom. Ah, Russell Stratton, epic. Raziel the Great. Fox News is a great way to reach an audience that's stuck in an echo chamber. It is a great way to speak to people who would otherwise never hear a differing opinion. Raziel, good call. They are. I agree with him. They are very much.
Can we
like they're no better as far as I'm concerned than, you know, the other guys. I just thought what was weird about the clip. And by the way, everyone, Tom Nash, Mr. Bear Market is here, everyone. The bear market is here. And Bear Market's the one who got me onto the StreamYards. So we owe Bear Market a big thank you. And we also owe him, dude, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. But also I do owe you, like, I do want you to see this clip that I found because it perfectly marries. Hold on. Add to stream. And then I think I removed this.
You forgot to add me. You forgot to add me, right?
Maybe. Thanks for coming, man.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Wait, do I have to allow your audio or something? Y'all can't hear that, right? Edit mic settings? Hold on. Automatically adjust volume.
Hello.
Mr. Tom Nash, Bear Market, we cannot hear you. On my end, I can see like that your mic is there, but maybe on your end, I don't know. But listen, we do have you on the ticker there, so let's just put that up. Bear Market.
Wait, but
lots to talk about today. Lots to talk about. I'm actually going to bring up that clip because I do want him to, comment on that. I think.
Do you have me muted?
It's a
perhaps.
Great clip. I think it's something that
you can hear me.
Act like a nice warm up for Mr. Tom Nash. Tom, what's up, baby? You need anything?
Can you hear me?
Do you want me to do like what do you want me to do? What should I do? Do I do something?
You should be able to hear me.
Here, I'm gonna send you a private chat. Yo, Bear Market. Settings, banners, comments 22.
Can you hear me now?
It says yes, but Scamish can't. Okay, Sir Tierbeg.
Oh, hello.
I see, but Scamish can't. Schnitzel. I'm just gonna read some comments while we're figuring this out. But hold on. Invite. Yeah, it must be. I feel like, Tom, is it on your... I feel like it should be on your end. I don't know. On my end, everything looks good. No, your sound is coming through on your end, eh?
Yeah. Hello.
Weird. Kick from studio. Edit mic settings. Echo cancellation. Automatically adjust mic volume. No. Sell. Hydra says sell. Mason, Marcolino. We can hear Tom. Oh, you can hear Tom, but I can't.
The fuck is wrong with you, Amish?
Oh my God. Maybe my Chrome viewer is not letting me hear volume or something.
Oh man.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Do you have
Okay,
ask
audio,
him if
microphone. Oh, got it. External headphones. Tom Nash.
yes.
Ah,
It was
brother,
you.
brother. It
It
was
was
me all
you
along. It was me
all
all along.
along.
It was me all along.
I knew it, bro.
Technical
I knew
issues,
it.
dude. It's it's COVID. It's 2022.
Which clip did you want me to react to? The one you showed me before? With the
No,
with
no, no.
the
Oh, that one we'll
with,
pull up later. We have some. That's a more serious topic. This is a guy who does. You know what I thought this was important to do actually, Tom, is because this guy marries. He's a cryptocurrency remote viewer. So the remote viewing is something that the spiritual community is into, something that I can maybe comment on. And then I figured the crypto side is something that I did want to get into with you as well. So I'm just going to play a little bit of him. This is actually a great clip. One of his biggest clips. He just got on Fox News last week.
Okay, let's do it. There's no alcohol in this class. I'm just telling you.
All good, buddy. Even if you want, but help yourself to a drink. Don't think,
Yes.
like help yourself, whatever you want.
It's called Grandpa's tea.
Oh, sick. Okay.
It's actual tea with the pinch of alcohol.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, so there is. What time is it over there?
Early in the morning.
Bear market! In the morning you drink vodka. Is it vodka in there? Please tell me you have vodka in there.
No, it's called samagon. Samagon is homemade vodka. It's even more dangerous. There's like a 5% chance of going blind.
So more Russian than vodka.
Yes, it's more Russian than vodka.
It is more Russian than Russian.
Yeah.
My segment was really brief. For some reason, they kind of cut me off, but Mimi managed to record it, and this is it. You folks here on Fox News certainly are more attractive than the perverts, creeps, and mutants over on CNN. I'll give you that. And you're better than the liars and racists on MSNBC. Speaking of Joy Reid and other race baiters, I see Jesse trying not to smirk, but don't for a moment imagine that you are ever telling anyone anything close to the truth. You're simply reinforcing the views of conservatives, keeping them inside the box. You are, in fact, gatekeepers. So stop with the blank stares. I know it's difficult after the Botox and plastic surgery, but try to blink.
Oh.
I wonder if they're going to have...
Did that happen, though? Or
is this real?
Can we tell you what the news...
I feel like I could have edited that. Like I could just take that clip and do it myself.
It cannot be real, bro.
It
cannot be real. They would have not let him go on because like the FCC would find them for like 5 of the 100 things he said. Yeah,
they would have they would have been like, hey, sir, please. Okay, stop. No, hey, that's not.
By the way, the main question is who would let him on TV though. So it's probably it's easy edit. There's no way to do this.
It is an easy edit, but you don't think Fox News is bringing on the crypto geniuses because they do the gold speculation stuff?
Yeah, but I mean this hoo-ha he got on TV. I don't think so, bro.
Why do you say hoo-ha? Because he's doing remote viewing?
Yeah, I don't think so, bro. Like, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I would give it a one grandpa head out of 5 for realness.
I feel like what makes
are you familiar
YouTube
with the grandpa
so
head system?
No, tell me what is it?
Use it on the stream.
Yeah,
so I use it on my show. 5 grandpa heads means it's facts. 4 grandpa heads very likely. 3 grandpa heads 50-50. 2 grandpa heads very unlikely. 1 grandpa head it's total bullshit. There's like a
it's a 1 to 5 scale.
1 grandpa head is like a Lloyd Christmas. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's
Lloyd
a
Christmas,
chance
Dumb and Dumber? Yeah.
Yeah.
The movie. Remember the movie?
I remember the movie.
No.
Yeah.
So when Lloyd Christmas goes like, so you're saying there's a chance?
Oh yeah, when he's trying to date the girl.
Yeah, so that's like funny. A 1 grandpa head, a Lloyd Christmas head.
So do you think this guy? No, honestly, I think what's great about this channel is that he has the balls to do it. Like this man is steady. He doesn't stutter. He doesn't make he just comes on and does these like rips. This is a great one that he did.
News will be before it happens. Hi there. Can we tell you what the news will be before it happens? Hi there. I'm Dick Allgaier. Today is Saturday, December 5th, 2020. Yesterday, we published a short YouTube video with some remote viewing predictions. That was time-stamped and published. It was published around the world. Well, let me play a clip of yesterday's video.
Hi there, crypto fans. Dick Allgaier here in Honolulu.
I'm going to share with you some of our remote viewing predictions for the month of December. Here's what we're looking for this month. A fire at a historic location. All right. Every month we publish remote viewing work predicting major news events for the upcoming month. In essence, we give you tomorrow's news today. And we publish a longer debrief session for our private members. Let me play a clip of some data that I collected in November and we recorded on December 1st. This is our private debriefing session, and this was time-stamped also, published and witnessed by thousands of our subscribers. Roll it. All right, historic building burns. Reminding me of kind of like Notre Dame, big loss, priceless, famous old building somewhere.
In France.
I think it's at night. Well, last night there was a massive fire in New York City that destroyed a famous historic church. It's big national news today.
Breaking news this morning, a fire spreading to several buildings in the East Village, including an historic church. CBS 2's Christina Fan is live at the scene.
Wow, he predicted it.
Christina?
Predicted it.
This is literally like it's like a Christopher Nolan movie, bro. This guy is like, he's literally predicting the future, bro. Imagine if you could predict the future, the possibilities.
I mean, I would go into the future and look at crypto markets and get rich on crypto.
You would get the sports almanac from Back to the Future.
Yeah, that's right. That's the best one you can get, because then you come back and then at least you're in sports, and then you're in sports betting.
Yeah,
this
nobody
is
can
like
tell you
boring.
anything. You know, sports betting is the leading defense for tax fraud cases. So whenever they're trying to get somebody for tax fraud, and he can't explain where the money's from, the kind of the default position. Well, I won it in sports betting.
That's
because
great.
There's no record in it. Yeah, or I won it in the casino, whatever.
Yeah, won it in the casino. But sports betting, like horse race betting,
it never
is
works.
like, oh no, it doesn't work, eh?
No, it doesn't work.
So, but they still use it every time.
Yeah, because it's like, what would you say? I mean, I embezzled.
yeah. I won it. You say I won it. That's so. Yeah, that's interesting, man. I mean,
He's a cuckoo head. Where did you find him?
I found him on. There's a spiritual channel I listen to called New Thinking Aloud. Actually, let's watch the intro to this, because this intro is like, I feel like the intros do a lot of justice to like the topic. But I basically, it's called New Thinking Aloud. It's the spiritual channel. I like it.
It's too loud.
Thinking Aloud.
It's what?
Oh my god.
Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Psychologist?
He's like a licensed psychologist or self-licensed?
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today, our topic is remote viewing the crypto markets. My guest is Daz Smith, who, along with Dick Allgaier, runs a website called cryptoviewing.com.
Okay, hold on a second. Can you stop? Can you explain to me what it means, crypto viewing what is it? What is the business model?
So crypto viewing, so viewing is basically what they're referring to with viewing is like remote viewing. So this is a science. You know what? We should maybe try this.
Is this like a prediction thing? They predict the crypto market?
No, they remotely view it. And I think they can go into the future too. So some psychics can only see in the future. These guys can do future, and then they can remotely view. So they're in the future and also looking at crypto markets. That's their shtick. It's they go into the future.
Are they selling anything, Amish? Is there a product to be sold?
Well, let's see their website. Can you see this? Oh no, I didn't.
Not yet. No, I'm still on the.
Oh, hold on.
I wonder if they sell anything, or just because when there's cuckoos involved, it's either for pure cuckooism when they're completely like fucking lost it, or there's an angle to be played.
Yeah, so this is the angle. This is cryptoviewing.com. Let's look at the sales video.
They must sell something.
I'm Dick Allgaier. We're lucky to be living in one of the most interesting times in human history, because we get to witness and experience the exciting journey from one economic system to another. You see, the entire financial structure of the world is about to change. We're talking about blockchain technology, digital money, cryptocurrencies. This is what's going to replace our current fiat money system in the near future.
Money.
There's no stopping it. Like I said, we're on a journey from an old economic system.
Man, like to be this old and still be in the game, though, it is respectable. You know what I mean?
No, he's playing an angle. He's just
He is playing an angle. Yeah.
It's like buzzwords.
Well, it's definitely like a scam. He's like he has the confidence and the charisma of a cult leader.
Where's the money though? Where's the product? Where's the subscription?
Let's see. Well, they got a Patreon.
Is this the well? Yeah, I have a Patreon, and it's not a lot of money, to be honest. Not on the it's not Kevin David money or Dan Locke money or Grant Cardone money.
Well, the fact that they're hiding their things means they're not getting much support. Because if you have support, you tell people. You're like, yo,
okay, let's calculate it. Go up. I'll tell you how much this whole thing, this whole scam for this little money. Okay, so they're like what, 3 or 4 people, right? Running the show.
Yeah.
So it goes. It's not a very good scam, to be honest. So let's do the average, right? So let's say that everybody's buying the 13.5 on average. Usually that's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
When you have a low, so 13.5 times 1,500 people on Patreon.
But they don't have the woo-woo sessions. $27 you get the woo-woo sessions.
Okay, but in general, like
I know in general, 1350 is the average.
Yeah, the average. So it's $20,000 a month. It's a lot of money. But first of all, it's divided between 3 or 4 people or whatever, and you're talking about like all of this work and scam for $20,000 a month. I mean, the liability issues and like it's not a very like look at Kevin David and Dan Law, Grant Cardone. They're like 5-6 million a month.
That's how much money they're making, eh?
Yeah, I guarantee. So I had a guy on my podcast a long time ago who was like Kevin David's best friend, and now he's reformed and he doesn't do anything like that.
Right.
And he told me like Kevin makes like 5-6 million a month from the online courses.
From the online courses, yeah. Okay, you know one thing that happens a lot. Like I remember on the show we had.
So I'm saying like from 20,000 a month, like it's not good money, but I mean all of this fucking scammery for 20 grand.
I know, but don't you find that I found over the years of doing the show that like even the people who say they're making money are not even making money. Like I remember me and Anand, we had to we were going to write ads for this pickup artist that he's friends with. And the guy was telling us that he makes $100K a year, so he's willing to spend whatever. But then as we're going through the call, we realized he makes $100K a year, but then he spent like $180K over the last 2 years on other people's classes. Like I think he went to this guy's like island party, Jason Capital. He went to like the Jason Capital Island weekend workshop. It's like $20,000.
Man, you know when you go to the Dan Pena Castle experience, he lets you.
He does have the castle, eh?
Other participants, so you pay like $20,000-$30,000 for a week, where he screams at you and he lets you box with other people. So you pay him money. Yeah, so you and the other participants box against each other, like so basically that's like I can do that easy, bro. Pay me $30,000, come over to my house. My grandpa will scream at you. He's probably like Dan's age.
Yeah.
We let you beat each other up, and then you can leave.
That's terrible, dude. I mean, have you seen this guy? This guy will probably hit you. Hold on, let me.
All of them.
You think Dan Locke? I feel like Dan Locke would not get violent, but like
Dan Locke he's the one that doesn't make a lot of money.
I don't think any of them make money, bro. I honestly I know what you mean. I know they can project. They can tell you like this is how much money's coming in. But like I was saying, dude, the other thing they don't tell you is for the 100,000 they make, they're spending 60,000 on marketing. They're spending like 40,000 on other people's classes that they have to go to that class and then to get all their students. So I don't know.
Some are really good at making money.
I don't think any of them make money.
Dan Locke, the reason we know he's not making any money,
right?
I know. I found out where he lives. So I found he has like a middle class home in. I'm not gonna tell you the address, but it's I remember I found it a while ago. It's like super middle class. It's like a $500,000 house, but I mean that neighborhood. It's not that is in Canada.
It's in Vancouver.
In Delta.
In Delta, I don't even know Delta.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
This guy lives in Delta. This guy lives in Delta. I know someone who went to his mansion actually for like a.
No, the mansion wasn't his. It's not his. The mansion is rental.
Right.
Uh,
But
Delta
no,
is-
I do find that
yeah,
like
British Columbia. Okay, Delta, British Columbia. That's
BC.
where he's
Okay, yeah.
from.
No, I know
And
he's
it's
in
like-
BC.
But it's like super middle class,
course.
normal house. But he
Yeah.
converted certain rooms in which he filmed some of this, so it looks like it's a mansion-y thingy.
Okay.
But it's like, and the mansion he has like showing in his videos, it's like rental. They got kicked out of it or whatever. I don't remember. I think Coffee made a video about it.
yeah. No. Like I think there's an article where they're like, "Hey, Dan Locke's like $50 million," because in his commercials, he's like, "Do you want to have all this?" Wow, I'm so close to doing a Chinese accent, but he's like, "Do you want to have all this?" And then that's the whole ad. And then there's an article saying like, "No, that's a rental." But same with the Ty Lopez. Remember the Ty Lopez original one? They're like, "Hey, it's my garage. This is my house. Like this is mansion, whatever," and it's all rentals on wherever. Yeah.
Let's look at Dan Pena.
Dan, are you into Dan? Because Dan Pena has the castle. When you mentioned castle, my ears perked up. I said, Dan, we have to see Dan Pena.
Dan is my favorite of them all.
Yeah, he's tight.
I love him, bro. He's so animated.
Yeah, and he dresses up.
You saw this last night. This is
He
you,
dresses up.
Bloom,
Hold up a second.
and this
Can
is
you pause?
YouTubers.
Yeah.
He dresses up to look like what a 13-year-old boy would think a billionaire dresses up like.
Yeah. He's dressed up like I'm a billionaire.
Yeah,
Look, I'm a billionaire,
bro. He's like a monopoly man, like a little monopoly man.
He's like I'm the monopoly man, daddy. Look at me. You know what? That's the problem with these guys is that like just they are kind of silly like that. They don't admit, like they act like they're getting things done and getting work done, but really it is just a big show. It's nonsense.
His backstory actually checks out.
Oh yeah.
So you want to know the real story about Dan Pena?
Wait, are you talking about the backstory where he fought a bear? Because on Joe Rogan he said he fought a bear.
No, that's bullshit.
Okay.
No, so the real Dan Pena was actually like he's telling a story about his dad was in the FBI or whatever. Like there's like a whole backstory. His dad was actually like a serious investigator for the FBI, whatever. I checked it out.
Okay.
And he's a badass. So that part is 100% true.
Wow.
So his stories about his dad is correct 100%.
That's
He
tough,
was
eh?
also the CEO of a company called Great Western that went public, but they kicked him out. And
wow,
that happened in the 80s.
Dude, they kicked out Dan Pena? Who has the balls?
Yeah,
Today he'd kill you.
But it wasn't like he was the CEO. He was an employee, bro. He was an employee of that
Right.
company, like a CEO. They kicked him out, whatever. I don't know why. But this was like in the 80s. So ever since the 80s until now, there's nothing in his resume other than these fucking seminars.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is pathetic. That's bad for the resume.
So it's not like he was poor, but I mean, you know what I mean? It's not exactly as advertised.
It is interesting though to see him and even Bilzerian. Their dads are big, are tough, aggressive guys, and then the son, that's why he's dressing up. He's like, I'm a big rich man like daddy. Am I like daddy? Yeah, that's
we have to play the clip with the bear after that. I want to see it.
Yeah.
But let's look at
Pay
this.
attention, YouTubers, you fucking cunts. And Merry Christmas.
I forgot about that. I didn't know he was going to say that. But he's like, do these people pay like $10,000 to be at his castle?
Yeah, it's usually people that didn't have like a strong father character, so they think that's what it looks like. Have a strong father character, so they appeal to him. They don't understand that this is bullshit. This isn't it. But okay, whatever.
Yeah.
He goes for the people that need like that looking for that father character for whatever reason, and he's trying to give him that caricature.
It's weird. It's like the amount of money he's charging. Like it's got to be like rich kids who have the daddy issues, like you're saying. Like it's like you got to be rich though. Like how can you get poor people in a scam like this to go to a castle? Like if you're poor, you got to make a 10,000-20,000 off of scamming other people, and then you can afford the Dan Pena. I
know a guy who went. I know a guy who went and he saved for a whole year to go. Yeah.
No, he went and then did Dan hit anyone? Because I feel like he hits people.
No.
Okay. I have seen him say like, "I'll effing kill you, you piece of shit." You come to my
he
seminar
doesn't.
But he doesn't actually hit anyone.
He actually thought it was a fun experience.
Okay.
But
around
nothing.
and watch.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, just like motivational speeches. I mean,
Yeah.
Look, this is a good sermon we're about to hear right now. This is tight.
Watch all the opportunities go by. You sit there, you sit there, you sit there. I'm surprised that the fucking wildebeest didn't step on the poor bitch. They sit there. Oh, I'm getting ready. Bert's getting ready. Rick's getting ready. Oh, maybe the next one. Maybe the next one. Oh, fuck, no, I'm tired now. Maybe the next one. And here comes. And there comes somebody like me. Just jumps on the fucker and eats it. Maybe the next one, Ray. Who in this room is that male lion? And the truth of the matter is the female lion does all the fucking hunting, not the male.
That's true, actually.
The male got tired of waiting. He must have been really hungry.
It is a little flamboyant, though. Like, it's interesting how when people get so masculine, it does end up being like, and that's not the male. The female does it. The male stepping in, he doesn't want to do it. It's weird.
Come on, you bitch. How come you're not doing anything? So he finally jumped on some poor fucker.
Wow, bro.
Once you become
You haven't
fearless,
seen this one?
life becomes limitless.
Wow.
You know, he's denying the climate change, whatever.
That's a good one. That is a good one.
Yeah. Have you seen it?
No. What's the clip, dude?
There's a Brian Rose clip with him and Brian Rose on stage, and some lady asks him something.
That's so funny.
I can find it for you if you want. I can send it.
Climate change, global warming, greatest find, $1 trillion banned video.
I challenge you people to go and look for his resume and find what he did after he got fired from Great Western.
Trump-tastic. Wake the F up, Dan Pena on Donald Trump. How Dan Pena ruined the premiere.
Where is this? I don't know, bro.
I don't know. I've seen it though.
I've
seen it. Some woman just goes like something like, "Oh, this could be it. This could be it." It's like Greta Thunberg's mom or something. Like, but they believe in it, and like, don't come in so upset. Her voice is already shaking. It's like, just chill, lady. You got to come in hard with these guys.
That wakes up insulted, and she's trying to find a reason why, bro.
Yeah,
you know
I mean, but she has but you don't think climate change is real? She has a
no.
point.
He's an idiot. Hold on. He's an idiot.
Yeah, he's crazy.
He's an idiot. I mean, climate change.
It is real. Weird to be crying about climate change. I feel like climate change is one of those things. Like, it sucks. Can't do anything about it. It's like COVID too. Like, I don't like people getting offended about COVID.
How the only people who deny climate change,
they have money.
Is the rich people. Rich old people. They're the only ones who are denying.
There's billions of dollars in climate change denial. There's no money in making up fake science about climate change. There's no way. Like, he's crazy for saying this. And she's got a point, but I just wouldn't come in so sad about it. Like, I would just be like, hey, what do you think of climate? But also, why would you even ask this guy? He's a psycho. It's like she's coming out for a fight. You know what I mean?
By the way, I want to give a shout out to Luluminator. Yeah, he's one of my OGs.
Luluminator, is he here? Oh, Luluminator. I mean, this is actually very civil of him. I hope does he scream at her again?
No.
It is a really dumb, like, what he's saying is dumb. It is like bro science a little bit, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can just make
this when he says the young lady and like he's being respectful, he's doing it because there's a good debater. So he understands if he keeps pushing and basically taking shots, that's going to be the whole argument. So he's a good debater, bro.
He is a good debater. These guys are like fighters. They know how to fight. They know how to hit go out in the market and get clips of themselves or whatever. So that's very professional of him. Actually, I'm surprised because sometimes he just flies off the handle.
I want to show you something that I'm sure you have not seen.
Send it to me.
You are focused on all of this crypto stuff and the spiritual stuff. Have you seen this meme on YouTube and TikTok? The Detroit urban legend, the defense guy.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Let's see it.
So there's a guy selling like this self-defense courses. If somebody in the chat can tell us if you ever heard about the Detroit urban protection, whatever it's called, it's blowing up on the internet. So it's a guy who's teaching all of these courses.
Okay.
And now, like, there's a guy who exposed them. Like, I want to show you this. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to send you the link. You have to see this.
Yeah,
so
you can send me the link on private chat.
Yeah.
There's a private chat inside here. You're a professional. Oh, you already sent me one link.
I just sent it right now.
But what about this world's worst self-defense guru?
Yeah, that's the one. You have to see this.
We got it.
So before you play this clip, can you play one legit clip? Can you show
Okay,
like one legit one?
Let's see.
Find one, and then we can play the debunking, because the debunking like it's hysterically funny.
So wait,
so this is a guy who's like has all the gear, like in Detroit, you know, the toughest city in the world. And, like he has like the gloves and the patches, like, and he shows you like how to disarm somebody who's about to shoot.
It's called Steven Strangles People.
No.
Oh no, that's not it.
No, that's the channel that's the bunker, bro.
Oh, that's the
Dale Brown. Look for Dale Brown.
Okay, Dale Brown. Let's get Dale Brown.
Dale Brown, Detroit urban self-defense, whatever.
I love it, dude.
It's like this dude has achieved meme status, like legendary, legendary level, bro.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna share.
You
my
still
thing.
have the comment on the screen says masturbator. So I don't know if you want to keep it on.
Let me grab that. My bad. Comments.
It's still on.
Let's go back to, you know what?
Okay, look at the views. Detroit Threat Management Center. This video from 4 months ago has 131 million views. That's like a Mr. Beast level reach.
Detroit Threat Management Center. This is the guy?
Yeah. Look at it. Like, look
Detroit
at the views.
Urban Survival Training. I'm going to share with you right now what to do if a striker-fired weapon is pinning against your chest, against the wall, and a criminal is holding you at bay. And the reason why they're doing this is because this is how they search you for weapons, how they're going to take things from you, also how they're going to harm you physically, keep you from running or pulling out a weapon, is by getting close and pinning you to a wall or to a car.
Okay.
In this case, it's striker fire, so there's no hammer in the back. So the first thing we're going to do, since we can't move out of the way, we can't move offline, and if I were to try to move this, as soon as he saw my hand move, he's going to fire. So we have to make this weapon not fire. And to give an example, the human reaction time, when he sees me move, he's going to fire. So the reason why it didn't move, the slide didn't slide, is because I inhibited it by pushing it to the rear. From there, what we do is push the barrel back towards the aggressor, and now you have the weapon. And if you don't want to shoot, then you just pin them down to the ground using their finger and taking them under control.
Wow, what a good bullshitter. So that's all nonsense.
Wait. I want to show you like one of the memes before we go for the serious debunking. So there's a debunking that people like. There's a meme. The whole meme status. Like for example, like there's a guy that's showing you like a meme where he's standing in front of the guy. It says, "What you do? You put your finger inside the barrel of the gun, and he can't shoot you."
He's so good.
And then you take the gun away from him, but then if you just point the gun at him, he can put the finger back in your barrel, which means you'll have to give him the gun back. Let me find this for you. Hold on. But
wow.
But there's like serious debunk. The serious debunking is like actually pretty hysterical. I can't find it right now.
This guy, not this guy. Steven Strangles people?
Let's play the Steven Strangles clip.
Because it's about Dale Brown, he's become a meme god. He's elevated his status to levels that are rarely reached by most memes. I think it's time to break down more of his techniques. Let's get into it. Wow. So what he did was what we call a lateral drop or a sacrifice throw. Now this technique works, but it doesn't work from a double outside position. If you notice, Dale's arms are hooked on the outside of his training partner's forearms, which gives him no control of the upper body. Now if you had an inside tie, a collar elbow connection, or an underhook overhook, the technique would have worked. And this is
he's basically destroying everything this guy is showing.
He's not going to continue driving forward. You need control of his arms, which constantly.
You can see the guy jumping. You see the guy jumping with him, like it's all fucking orchestrated.
Have you ever seen the Kung Fu Master, who basically says that he can do like
the taps, yeah. And there's like the scene when they fuck him up. Yeah, so
that kind of reminds me of this though, because they lie to themselves. They're just kooky. They're just in their world of like pretending that they know what they're doing. It's like he's so deep in it, and then he has other guys that are like, because a lot of times when you go to someone who wants to work with you like this, they just want a friend. So when they want a friend so bad that when you say, hey, glad that you're working with me. Yeah. Okay, so when I pull you over, I want you to hop right over. That's how the flip works. And then the other guy just does it for you. You know what I mean?
Bro, you could scroll down like more. Like there's a technique where he shows when he grabs somebody by the nose. So to incapacitate them. Wait, go forward for a second. You have to see this. Okay. This is like so ridiculous. Go forward in the video.
Side position.
Go a little bit forward. I think this is one. Yeah. A little bit forward to the 2-minute mark. I think you're in the 2-minute mark. Yeah. Start here.
Me on Instagram, by the way, so we know he's aware of what we're putting out. And this is not an offensive thing. I'm curious to what his background is in martial arts.
The aggressor comes forward. We go right here to the forehead.
Look at this.
He's not gonna go down. You understand where my qualm is with this guy? And I know everyone's gonna go, Steve, you're falling into the web of memedom, and he's just trolling you. No, he's not. He's now a meme, and he's leaning into the meme. So in other words, he's jumping in on the joke. But that's the only way you can do it. That's not my argument. All of my criticisms come from a purely technical standpoint. Is what you're teaching valid? Not this sport versus street bullshit. Would you want to have Dale's ability?
This is like calling out scams, but for fitness. Fitness is their own calling out scams gurus. Yeah, that's tight.
Bro, imagine how much money this motherfucker did. Just this video alone, we've seen earlier, 141 million views. Plus, he's selling courses on self-defense. This is like, bro, when you talk about $5 to $6 million a month, easy.
Easy, bro. I mean, he went viral. The thing, okay, you know, this is who I think makes money. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, whatever those guys. When his projects, his NFT, but like I totally think it's a scam. I think they make money because the whole
Jake Paul stepped into ring twice with the fucking UFC title champ, like over the hill a little bit. Yeah, but would you, bro? If you step into a ring with Tyron Woodley, doesn't matter if he's not in his prime, and you got my respect for that, bro.
Yeah, you got to respect the YouTubers that are willing to go in the ring,
bro,
dude.
He didn't go into the ring with a fucking YouTuber. He went to the ring with somebody. Okay, he was older and smaller. Yeah. But like, motherfucker, do you want the fucking
dude, you know, Mayweather? Apparently, Mayweather never paid him for the fight.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he did now? I saw.
I don't know.
I just saw a clip somewhere. Like I just saw some like thumbnail on YouTube saying like Logan Paul still hasn't gotten paid for fighting Mayweather, and Mayweather's like a millionaire. And yeah, apparently. I don't know. Amish, can you give us a self-defense course? Baby, I don't got that. He sells scam defense courses, but people buy it for entertainment. Well, let us be the judge of that.
Or Usman's abilities. Finish him. In defending yourself in the street. Of course you're going to say Usman. I can make the adjustment of poking someone's eye, grabbing someone's balls and ripping them off, biting someone. Those are easy adjustments. But knowing to keep your hands up, your chin down, how to move your feet, how to gauge distance.
He's right.
Lifelong. Yeah. No. This is inappropriate to be teaching this. 242,000 McDojo breakdown.
No, this is just the reaction videos getting hundreds of thousands of views, bro. He's getting millions.
Wow.
The original guy.
Oh, wow. So the original. So then the original guy. And what's his name again?
Dale Brown.
Let's see his.
Bro, he's huge.
Like I want to see the trailer. I always find the trailers are good. Oh, this is huge.
This is not his. This is all like fake re-uploads.
How you can get Detroit?
Detroit threat management.
Sir, how long have you been in law enforcement?
1.35 million subscribers. Look, like he uploads a few times a day, pushing us to like 43 million views, 131 million views.
Keychain self-defense.
Detroit urban survival training. I'm going to share with you how you can use.
Is this a dildo? Is this a dildo? What the fuck is this?
No, but he's half trolling, isn't he? Like, is that his way of being?
Nobody knows.
No one knows, dude. Once you get in the deep in the game, it is like, what's reality even? Life gets silly at that point.
That we sell to defend your life in a very simple way.
Oh, he sells those. Dude, you know what he's doing? This is a drop shipping business. Drop shipping business. But this is what I mean. Once you have the following, then the money's there. I agree. Because then you just like make up products. I mean, that's what drop shipping is. They're trying to, when all these people who sell the drop shipping course, they make it sound like, oh, you'll invent a product, then you can sell it. They don't tell you how to do the most important thing, which you can't do, which is, all you need is 1 million subscribers. Because the economics are not going to work out otherwise. But
bro,
yeah, once
can I ask you a question, Amish? Why does he have 57,000 guns on his fucking wall? A fucking headset in his head as if he's going to some when the badge, and what the fuck is this? It's a costume.
It's a costume. This is another Dan Pena where he's like, I'm a law enforcement. I'm doing the law. Because
I am the law.
Like Detroit Threat Management Center, they have these like nice like shields up, whatever. They're not cops. 1.35 million subscribers.
Look, why is he on a horse?
Sir, how long have you been in law enforcement?
14 years.
And you had a situation involving an individual who pulled a weapon on you?
Tried to rob me at an ATM machine.
And what went through your head? Can you explain what happened?
I went through an ATM machine. I saw an individual coming up from my left. By the time I looked at the right, it was a guy right in front of me with a weapon pointed right in my face. Told me to run all the money.
And what did you do at that
point? Before
this must be him saying, like, I went to Threat Management Center. They taught me how to do it, and then I took him down.
Yeah. These are the testimonials.
Injuries, and that reduces our liability. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. What did you think of the threat management training for police officers, the tactical training?
So he got the best submission holds ever. I mean, the best takedown holds.
Look at the horse agreeing. The horse is like,
yeah. Police officers everywhere.
The horse is like, this guy's full of shit.
Excellent.
This guy does not know what he's
Sir,
talking
what is your
about.
background?
Former Marine and served in Desert Storm, a former Viper. My code name is Cobra 4. And I'm a second degree black belt. Also, I've served in law enforcement for.
Wait. Hold on a second.
What do you think?
What the fuck? What the fuck is a secretary black belt?
He's a secretary black belt. Is like you're a black belt and being a secretary?
What is your background?
Shouldn't they say it like an executive assistant black belt?
Something like that. Yeah.
Executive assistant black belt.
A former Viper. My code name is Cobra 4. And I'm a second degree black belt. Also, I've served in law enforcement for 17 years.
17
What do you think about
years.
your training in the Vipers program, and how's it affected your life?
The training was outstanding and very good for your personal use, as well as anything that you have to use on the job, or even saving and protecting your family.
And you remember using the training on actual violent criminals as a Viper. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you found it very effective?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. What's your background, sir?
Interesting.
This is all paid, bro. Paid testimonials. All the trick in the book, bro.
No, you really? I think these guys could have bought the course, dude. You think? But by the way, everyone who's listening, I don't know how to connect Discord to this yet.
Wait,
so...
I'll tell you how before I leave.
Oh, you're gonna do it?
So
You know how to...
on StreamYard, it's a lot easier done.
Okay.
Than on the other stuff you used to use.
Oh,
if you want people to join and you want to talk to them, you can see below this thing called invite.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can click on invite and it will give you a link, like it did to me.
Right.
And you can put it in the chat and they'll all go in the waiting room, whoever clicks on the link, and you can bring them up to the show and bring them down when they're done.
Yeah.
Like a call center.
That's good.
Instead of going through
we'll
the
just do
Discord.
that. Yeah, like I don't want to go Discord. I'll just bring them
why
in.
would you?
Yeah.
Like, why would you? The whole idea of StreamYard is solving this fucking convoluted process.
I know, dude.
Let's try one before I leave. Let's bring somebody up before I leave.
You want to bring someone on? I did have some other questions for you, but hold on a second. What was I gonna say?
So if you'll be here in half an hour, I'll be back.
Okay, cool. Yo, I'm down. I'm sick, man. I can't leave the house anyway, and I gotta figure this out. So yeah, let's start an invite then. I'm gonna invite them. Let's go.
So
come on board.
Let's practice one.
Let's practice one. If you've been scammed, that would be great. Just come on first and be like, and tell us, are you doing a scam rehab? Or are you
so
doing
Amish, before you
thoughts?
go and do this, remove the highlighted comment from the screen right now.
Hide
because it's
comment.
not relevant.
There we go.
And then remove the banner. You
the
go
bear market
to...
banner. Is that because you feel weird, or is that because okay, cool?
No,
what about
just
the ticker?
the ticker is. I don't know how to do this. I would love to learn how to do this.
I'll show you.
I mean, this is really cool. I didn't
it's
know.
Actually the same as the banners. Under the banners, if you click, there's an option to click. I know. I love the program, dude. I can't wait to start doing my meditations like this.
Dude, I was teaching you about this, and like all of a sudden, I came to teach and I learned.
There you go, baby. Beautiful. There you go. And we got 150 people here, dude. This is a great sesh, dude. Thanks for coming. Okay. And I put the link in there. So you think people will just start joining now?
Yeah. All you have to do is basically you can highlight the link, and you can put it as a pinned comment on the stream itself if you want.
True. Okay, cool. Yeah. And so then, just when you come on, let's. Okay. So
a few things. I'll be leaving in a second. But what you do if you want to join the show, you click on the link. You'll be placed in the waiting room. Make sure you have headphones. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible to conversate with you because it's going to go into this fucking loop of audio. So if you're joining the show to speak to Amish, and then I'll be back in half an hour, make sure all you have to do is have headphones. You don't need a camera. You can just do audio only or with the camera or without a camera. But make sure you have headphones. Otherwise, it's going to be very tough. So if you go to the chat and click the link, you'll join the show, and you'll have to bring them up, and you can then remove them from the main room.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
You see anybody in the waiting room?
No, I do not. I don't. Hold on, let me open this. No one's in the waiting room. The waiting room is like right underneath, right?
Yeah. So you should see it below, just exactly the way I joined.
Yeah. No, I don't see anyone. So I don't know. 145 people. 145,000 people, but maybe people are shy. I don't know. I'm in defense stocks. Got to love Marika. Raziel the Great says smash the like. 30-minute
Amish,
break.
when
Tom
you
needs
put
to refill the cup. What's up?
When you put the comment, just put the comment and say, "Hey, join, call in," so they
True.
know that this is because some of them don't know the link you just sent. And best to put it as a pinned comment. So I'll be back at around 2:30, something like that.
Sick, dude. Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'll see you
do
soon.
have more topics. We just ripped real nice. So.
No, I want to talk about inflation, stock market, like
yeah,
the leftist versus the leftist debate. I love that clip with the
the one I
guy.
said you said you want. That's sick, dude. Yeah, we should talk about that.
I'm gonna end his career in a few minutes.
You're ready to come back and rip on that. That's great.
No, I'm gonna fucking destroy this guy. Hold on.
Oh no! Sick. Okay, cool.
I'll be back.
Thanks, man. Make sure you stick around for that. I'm gonna put as the brand. I gotta add a background here, people. What is this shit? Here we go. What's up, everybody? Thanks for coming. You are loved. You are appreciated. Nobody's joining. That's fine. Lulu Minotaur says Coffeezilla. Honestly, has anyone seen him? I haven't seen. Does he have a new channel? Does he have a new video up? Let me know in the comments. Jacoby Napier. I'm here for all of it. Raziel the Great for company evaluations. Raziel the Great. Tom is a good source. If you guys ever want straightforward, no fluff analysis. No, and that's the analysis that I want to get into with him, actually. We actually did all of the silly topics, but I do have 2 serious topics that I sent him. Serious meanings, we'll see what we can rip on him. But Cashley says, how's your year so far? I'm going to answer that in 2 seconds. But I did want to talk to him about inflation because I found some lefties basically saying that blaming inflation on the left, this is a nonsense. And let me just grab that. Let me just grab that thumbnail and show you guys because I sent it to him. Here we go. Transitory inflation. No. Huh. It's here somewhere. I'll find it. And then the other thing I want to talk to him about is China a threat? Because a lot of you know that as a South Asian male, I am concerned for my community in India, and I am concerned for what suffering that they might be going through over there. And I worry that they're going to take over the world. And it is nice to hear from someone and see, like, from what I can tell, China, like, as much as they're being aggressive militarily and even financially in like trade markets, from what I can tell, all the financial analyst people are like, they're nothing. They're an empty paper shell. They're dead inside. China. That's what everyone's saying. So part of me wants to just hear it from bear market Mr. Tom Nash, and I want him to just tell me, to reassure me that, like, China's not a threat. China's not a threat. Okay, Ashley, it says device is not connected. So I see that you're here trying to join, but I can't let you in. I can't let you in yet. It won't let me. I mean, they will need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to the screen. Okay, well, that's fine. Fair enough. But I did want to show you this. Oh, yeah. And then I did want to talk to you about the inflation thing, because that whole inflation, like, I'm glad that he wants to come in ripping. Like, as a podcast host, I'm glad that Tom wants to come in ripping on that shit. But at the same time, I'm a little disappointed that Tom didn't see that clip, this video that I sent him, and Tom on some level didn't say, oh, maybe the leftists have a point. You know what I'm saying? So here, I'm going to show you the clip. I show you. No. Wow, what a great program, though. I got to say. I know. Oh, Lex. Lex, I'm going to add you to stream. What's up, Habibi? Very echoey. I can't tell if you're talking to me or not, but what's up? What's that? Hey, how's it going? Hold on a second. I was going to share this with you guys. Oh, what happened? She left. Gone. This is the clip that I'll be reviewing with Tom after. Why inflation is a boogeyman used to attack the left. So this is one of the things that I want to get into with Mr. Tom Nash. Because these guys come in here and they want to blame all the problems on the lefties did this and the lefties did that. Hey, just cool it. Don't say because of the little bit of UBI you gave out, now all the inflation, you got to blame it on the left. This is ridiculous. But anyway, we'll get into that in a second. And then the other thing I want to show you guys is, hold on, let me stop sharing that one. And I wanted to share this one with you guys too. And we could probably watch this one now because I'm not sure how much Tom's going to be able to stick around. So we should probably just watch this lying flat thing. Because this, honestly, it made me feel so good, you know, as a member of the South Asian community, that I think China's, you know, only from the financial markets do I get the news that China ain't shit. China's not going to amount to shit. They're bankrupt from the inside. They don't have the money. I don't care. Let's watch some of this.
风平浪静，苏联当年也是一夜之间就结束了。对，所以我们希望
heard about it.
不要看着它风平浪静，苏联当年也是一夜之间就结束了。对，所以我们希望把它压制到10年以内，甚至几年。对，现在的年轻人已经躺平了。年轻人已经躺平了。
The word he just said, 躺平, literally means lying flat.
Basically, they have a laziness movement. This is it. Listen, I love it. They have a lying flat movement. In America, this would be called laziness. In America, this would be, oh, you youngsters are lazy. You're not working hard enough. Like Dan Pena talking shit, right? But over there, it's called lying flat. It is a beautiful Tao. It's almost like a Taoist philosophy of how to live life.
Tongping has emerged over the last few months as a rallying call of Chinese millennials who have had enough of the rat race. It reflects a disenchanted middle class with little to no hope for the future.
对未来失去信心，不再拼命工作，对生活不再反抗，混混日子。
躺平主义, or
be a monk. Guys, you're being a monk. Just go be a monk. Because that's what it is. But if they were monks, they'd be proud of themselves. Because monks have to beg for food too. But you are becoming a master of your mind. Zen training. And I have found a way to talk about spirituality once again. Busted.
Lying flatism rejects the attitude and behaviors promoted by the government to keep the Chinese economy running. Working 70-plus-hour work weeks with no overtime.
Look at this protest. It's like, protest. I'm lazy. I want to be lazy protest. That's what we would call it in America. That's what we would call it in America. But over there, Tanping. Hold on, let me see that again. Tanping.
Marrying early so you can start pumping out kids and offset the burden of an aging population, or taking out a crippling loan on a home that isn't actually yours. Personally, I feel like Tongping has a scent of rebellion to it, an apathetic take on saying, "Get to the grind, I'ma do me, and just hashtag live my best life." Unfortunately, the CCP ain't down with that, so they took down all Tongping-related discussion threads, deleted the original manifesto posted back in April, and scrubbed the internet of all lying flat groups. Chinese state-run media followed up by rebuking the movement, saying that while people are allowed to resign themselves to misery, they are not permitted to lie down.
认命可以，躺平却不行。
i.e., your pessimism cannot affect your productivity.
You hear that, boy?
而且我觉得其实05后、00后让我想到文革那个时候下乡的那一代人，就是最后他们要跟国际劳动市场竞争的话很难，很难，对吧？对，很难。现在已经完全没有任何希望，因为我们00后、05后我们不知道历史，我们不知道有64，我们的房价1000多万，我们的工资4、5千块钱。
既得利的这一派，他们希望下面的韭菜们能够不要躺平，所以他们可以躺赢。
对，要好好的干工作的奴隶，对吧？
对，努力给我打工，
给我打工，
让我割你韭菜。
农场主要过得更愉快的。
对对对。
所以那些小粉红和战狼们，我觉得很矛盾。 对吧？国家的未来，他们是很积极，会告诉你，中国强大了，正在崛起。从微观的角度说自己的未来，他是很不乐观的。
他们以为自己的命运就是国家的命运，其实国家没把他当
人，
自己人。对。
If you haven't already, I suggest going to subscribe to him. His content is fantastic. Links are down below.
Thank you for telling me. Burak Zenmaster. Burak Zenmaster said sound. I am muted. Thank you. Wow. So y'all are listening. That's great. You know, that was just me testing you. So Teabag, China has a habit of destroying themselves. Yes, that's true. Raziel the Great, we have no actual democracy in the workplace. So what's the difference, folks? Okay, Raziel. That's a lot. Honestly, I got to say, though, this lying flat movement, this feels very American. There, though, it feels like beautiful. Whereas here, it's like, you're just lazy. But over there, they've made a beautiful philosophy out of it. I like that. Burak Zen Master. Serpensa is an awesome channel. Thank you. Mike Muted. Thank you. The Pro 8. Do they really need $4 USD per month as a wage? Right? Oh, Lexi's back. Lexi has joined the stream. Lexi, how you doing? Say something. Say testing 1 2 3.
I just can't hear a thing.
Oh, you can't hear a thing from me?
Jeez.
I can hear you.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't hear a thing. How to boot?
You can't hear anything, eh? Well, Lex, thanks for trying again there, bud. I just love how someone in the back is like, Wax. I support Raziel. Thank you, Ed Lejinsky. Avid YouTuber 43. I do follow those ADV guys. They're definitely worth inviting to the drip at some point, although I do think they provide a one-sided perspective, which is anti-China. Avid Tuber 43. Is there a pro-China side right now? I don't see it. I was watching The Hill a couple of weeks ago, and oddly, interestingly enough, the Asian girl on it, I forgot her name, whatever, but she was talking about how she was kind of defending China. And the other two reporters are like, no, they're doing human rights violations, and what they're doing to the Uyghurs is wrong, and do not say China is good at anything, and they're nothing, and we have to defeat them. It was like that hard line. So I don't know. I do think China is the new enemy. But the Americans are too spread out all over the Middle East. But China is messing with us, I think, in very real ways. Raziel the Great. It's not about supporting me. I'm just stating a provable fact that you have no representation with your bosses. Right, Raziel. Do you want to come? Do you want to talk about this? I feel like Ed is down to talk maybe at some point, but representation with your bosses, unless you're in a union, even then it's a crapshoot. Honestly, Ed, when Tom comes back, Ed, you should come back too. Let's double team him on the lefty side. Why is someone saying muted? It's not muted, 306. Don't troll. Don't confuse China and CCP. You're absolutely right. I'm going to repost the link. Someone asked me to repost the link. And I'm going to put it. Share invite. Yeah. Join the stream. There you go. And there you go. Simple Jack. Ed Lejinsky, I'm down. No, Ed, you know when I want you to come on, though, Ed? I want you to come on when Tom's back. We're going to play the intro of that Bad Faith podcast, and then we'll get into it. Okay, Ashley, I'm going to add you to the stream.
Yay!
Okay, Ashley, what's up,
Can
homie?
you
How
hear
you
me,
doing?
bro?
I can hear you. Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh my god, that's fucking crazy. I've been trying to get on here for a minute.
Oh, sick. Thank you. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate that.
It's nice because I can actually get through when you're on.
Right. Oh, what? Steven doesn't let you in, eh?
Well, I've tried a few times, but I guess there's something wrong with my browser. It wouldn't let me connect, but I figured it out.
You know what? That is the complication of going Discord. Like Discord, my computer didn't work well on Discord either. Like I could always hear double audio on it. So it's nice. It's like this StreamYards, I gotta say, very beautiful. I like the whole setup.
It's actually working.
I like that I can put look at this. I just put this guy's comment. I don't know what he said there, but I just put it up on the screen just to say I can. And what the heck? Okay, Ashley, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to do a scam rehab, or do you want to do?
I have not been scammed, so unfortunately, I don't want to do that. But give me a topic, and I'll just go off.
Oh, really? You want to do one of these?
Yeah.
Let me see. I had something for Tom, actually. Well, I was going to do, what do you think of, like, is China a threat? Do you think China's a threat to us?
I do think China is a threat.
Have you heard about the
I
lying
think
down?
that they're a threat in the sense of, like, information and education. Like, they have people in our education system that are tied to the CCP. Like, I don't think that Chinese people are the issue. Hold on 1 second. But it's the CCP, and that, like, when I talk about this, it bothers me because, you know, people like want to call you racist and this and that, and they want to point the finger at Russia or something like this. But I think that China is the more prevalent issue that America is facing right now. Like, you know, we get a lot of our stuff from China. You know what I mean?
That's the interesting thing. We get a lot of our stuff, and we haven't even talked about COVID today.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been keeping up with COVID because it's really depressing, and I hear it's going up.
Yeah, it's like, who cares? Honestly, they announced another lockdown in Canada, and I'm like, okay, well, big money in meditation, I hope. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing my meditation like 3 times a week. A lot of donations. A lot of fun, and the show's getting tight. My meditation show.
Merch.
I do got to drop some merch. I think the meditation show, though, is like, I'm very excited about it. It's like a full journey into like the source energies and stuff like that. I got to figure out my merch. You're right. I think I might just do a Bugwan Loves You t-shirt and just have myself like,
I will buy one.
Yeah. Bugwan loves you. It's a positive message. Bugwan loves you because Bugwan does love you. Wow, yo, the Nightbot keeps auto posting this join the drip call center on Discord. Hey everyone, we're not on we're not on Discord. I'm gonna put this user on a timeout.
In the description it permanently has the Discord, but in the chat it doesn't have your StreamYard link in there more.
Oh, true. You know what I did? I actually moved it. So let me put that back in. And thank you for that. Check out the stream. This is such a great system.
It is, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So what are you doing out there? Are you part of the no work? Are you doing the no work thing too? Are you part of the American lying down?
Today. I am not a part of the no workers, but I will say I wasn't working for about a year because of COVID. I just started working again because I was going to actually call and talk about, because you guys were trying to find people who weren't working, but I couldn't get through.
But that time,
I can't even remember what I was going to say then, but
yeah, but now you are working. You got a job. You're good.
Yeah, I just got a job today. Actually, I've been running around all day.
Oh, sick. What are you doing?
It's really embarrassing. It's Waffle House, but they're gonna pay me $18 an hour. So
nothing embarrassing about Waffle House. Waffle House is great.
I mean, I hear it's a crappy job. I almost was gonna do the manager position, but they're like, you have to work 7 days a week, all holidays. I was like, skirt.
Yeah, let me tell you, I started working at this weed store down the street, just retail, just like a nonsense retail job. Nonsense, but it's fun. It's social. I get out of the house,
hang out with the stoners. You know, they're like social people, and they're not gonna hurt you. It's not like the alcoholics, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Right? They're stoners. They're all sweet. Everyone's so sweet. We have all these dance videos that I'll be putting on my channel soon. And then I remember I went across the street to the home. There's like a home hardware across the street, and there's an old Indian man that we know he's working there, and he's retired, and he's like, I don't need to work here. I'm just doing it for fun. Got to get out of the house. Got to stay social. I'm just here to hang out.
That's why I did it. Cause like when you get to cooped up in your house, you start going into your head, it's not a good place to be.
Exactly. But
I don't understand these people who like don't want to work and like want everything from their parents. Like, I don't understand that mindset.
Yeah. No, you got to work. I mean, I think if you have something to do, like just do something, but I don't think that, I almost feel like those people don't exist. I think this is another lie.
They do, though.
Leftists.
It's the younger generation. They do exist. Like, I feel like they don't exist in our generation because we're like the last generation that.
Everyone says that. Every generation says that. Maybe young people are just lazy until they're like 23, 24. And maybe it takes like a couple of years for people to realize like, oh no, you got to do something or else you're going to go crazy. You know, like maybe
Well,
at
I think
18,
it
19, you
takes
don't
them
know.
having to have severity because a lot of people they don't have anything hard to go through. Like they don't have the option. They don't have to hit a rock bottom. You know, they're comfortable.
Yeah. Yo, this is actually a good time to bring on Ed Lezinski. I'm going to add him to the stream as well. It's
Okay.
very leftist conversation here that we're having. We're talking about
Hey, yo.
not going back to work. Ed, what's up, baby? How you doing?
What's up? Can you hear me all right? This
Yeah,
setup
we
is
can.
actually very nice compared to the
Don't
Discord
tell
because
Steve.
I
can't believe how
see
much
you.
he wanted to. He always was like so insistent on the Discord. And I'm like, it's just overhead. I always thought, but
You
no,
gotta
this is
tell them
beautiful.
about StreamYard this time.
This
Tell them
is
to check
so
this out.
It's
so
pretty cool
nice.
because I can actually see who I'm talking to, and when it's several people, like for you guys, maybe it's fine. Because
And it doesn't cut
because
the
you're
mic off when
host.
you both are talking. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all kind of talk together. It's pretty nice.
This is great. Yo, Communist 306 is in the stream too. You know what? Let's have a little commie chat before Tom comes back on. Let's get it all real leftist. Let's get it all real leftist in here. Communist 306, what's up? How you doing?
The communist has left the chat.
The communist is not saying anything.
He's
Communist
on
306, you gonna say something?
on the special communist internet.
Well, this is why communism doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh my
Communism doesn't work. Just like your sound, Communist 306. I'll give you a couple minutes and then we'll try again. But yeah, I think Tom's gonna be back soon. And I did want to talk about this inflation thing. So maybe we should start the video. We could actually start watching the video right now because Tom was saying that he's already seen it. I love it. I messaged that to Tom like an hour ago and he's already watched it and he's already like, I'm gonna rip him. Real quick though, Raziel the Great is ripping in here. It's normal if your family went from poor to somewhat well off. You did it so your future kids didn't have to struggle. Yeah, no, it makes sense.
I mean, I respect that, but you still want to teach your kids how to be self-reliant.
Yeah, but I honestly feel like that's a bit of a myth of like people are getting lazy and like it's like this whole suicide thing. You know, people were saying that there's more suicides during COVID. It's actually not true. It's fine.
I don't
like,
know
and everyone's
about
gonna be
during
depressed.
COVID, but I do know that the younger kids, because I have a younger sister who's in middle school,
Yeah.
and I kind of see that stuff. Like, I do think that the suicide thing is true because she had a couple friends who committed suicide, like, well, they weren't going to school last year. So I do believe in that part. But I do also think they're getting lazier just off of observing her.
Just okay, but the lazy thing, like I said before, every generation says that about the next generation, and then it might just be that kids are supposed to play, and adults are like maybe working isn't natural, and kids just want to play, and they have to be like wound into the system by the time they're 24 or 22.
I feel like the generations as they're going on are getting lazier and lazier, but I also feel like there's a certain percentage of people who like, you know, nowadays there's more and more people who are young who are also becoming rich. So when I say that, I don't necessarily mean that everybody is like, I don't know how to exactly say
hardworking
it.
though, right? You need to be hardworking to become rich. So how can they be lazy then?
I'm trying like I didn't use the exact right words, but I'm trying to think of like what I'm trying to actually say, but I'm like,
hold on, I'm gonna share while you think of that, I'm gonna share visuals from this screen right here. Where is it? Invite? No, not invite. Cam link. Share. Here we go. I mean, it's interesting that we here, like, I do like how this lying flat in China is such a beautiful philosophy. Whereas over here, we just kind of go, oh, you're lazy.
We're just collectively as a whole a lazy nation. They're just like, woo, gotta go.
They're doing like some great philosophical thing. But I think it, like, you know, even in meditation, they teach us a lot. It's like, don't do things for the sake of doing things either. You know what I mean? Like, I do feel like capitalism does force that a bit, where it's like, you're forcing a bunch of people into the workplace that like, they don't want to be there. So they're not really contributing. Like, they're contributing, I guess, but like, they're not really like.
They don't want to be there, so they're not like giving their all. You know what I mean? And that is a common thing in the workplace. That's like with the younger generation. Like, that's what I mean by saying they're lazy. Like, they may be working 14 hours, but they're sitting on their butt doing nothing.
If you're getting paid, if you're getting like undervalued, underpaid, and stuff like that, isn't it then a stupid reaction to only like a dumb person would overwork in that scenario. If you're not owning everything, you don't feel acknowledged, you don't feel needed there at your workplace, why would you literally like work yourself to death? Or even why would you even give your all at the job that doesn't value you? I think it's just a bit more transparent. Maybe you're seeing the younger generation is a bit becoming a bit smarter, and we see
I
more
agree.
kind of anti-capitalism lately on the internet with Zoomers and stuff.
Also, they
So
could
Well,
just
they
be
just
coming
know
into an
what they're worth
economy.
now. You know what I mean? Like more people, like back in the day, they didn't care how much they were getting paid. They just did it. But now people understand that like they're worth more, and they're going to get what they're worth, and I respect that.
Yeah, no, and I think
supposed to be
what
good, though.
what people are finding is that a lot of people are not necessarily just becoming lazy and never going back. They're leaving, retraining themselves, and going to better jobs. I mean, there's a lot of studies that show that that's happening quite a bit in America, where people have actually upgraded their job because COVID gave them like a break from their old job. So instead of just this attitude of like, oh, look, everyone's lazy, what's actually happened is, and yeah, they called it the Great Resignation. These guys are calling it the Great Labor Shift, but it's basically like a break in pattern because of COVID. You rethink your life and you're like, oh, okay, why don't I do something that makes more sense? Because a lot of times we just end up in jobs because it's like, okay, when I was 15, someone told me to do it. And they just
For a
didn't
lot
have the
of
chance to
people, it's
switch.
just this loop of like receiving only enough to survive every month, and then you can't even plan out how you're gonna change your job because all of your time is going towards your family and your job. Or sometimes, actually, I remember it's several jobs for people. So this data about great resignation, it doesn't. It can also be explained but by people having in US 2 or even 3 sometimes jobs that they're barely enough to you to survive on, and then you quit one of them, for example, and all of a sudden this large number of people who have quit one of their 2 jobs, basically, yeah, it's like half of the job market is down all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Because they got an extra boost of like $500 one month.
That's what they needed. They just needed to stop and think about life for a minute. And
Yeah.
like, I honestly think that we are naturally built to do cool things. I know that sounds so like, people think it's so pie in the sky to say that, but it's like people are genuinely like, people do want to do cool stuff. Like you do naturally get bored and then you go like, okay, let me do something. Let me try a project. Let me,
You don't want to
figure out
stay
how to.
stale. You want to
Yeah.
grow, and I
Yeah,
mean
you
that's
do
a
want to
human
grow.
nature,
Yeah,
And I
100%.
mean that's the thing that sometimes capitalism defeats because there is sometimes they say it's about competition, but there's monopolies and stuff where they're cutting out competition. So I
Yeah.
could go into the whole spiel, but I don't want to go in there. That's just a little piece.
Yeah, no, that's great. Ashley, thanks for coming on. I think Tom Nash is gonna be back soon. So thank you for coming, man. I appreciate you. And you are loved.
I
And the whole
appreciate
Drip
you
audience.
having me on, and I'll keep watching the rest.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, Ashley. Well, that's it. We had our first guest. That's beautiful.
Cool.
Damn. Kick from studio. This is so good. It's so easy to use. It's so
Yeah,
easy to use it.
this is way nicer.
Oh
This
my
is
God.
a
I
better
was trying to figure
experience for
out
people who
OBS.
call in. Actually, that's actually a
Yeah.
great benefit.
Honestly, Steven had me
I
feeling
had
like I'm an idiot because I'm
Yeah.
like, he's just like, no, you got to go to Discord. I'm like, Discord? It's a whole other program. It's just such a mess in there. But this is not. I do like this. I do like that people can just jump right in. Have you seen him, by the way? Did he put up a video this month, or no?
No, he. So our plan, because I am like full time working with him.
That's right.
So it's like for everyone basically. I don't know when the next video is going to be, but we have a break till 15th, and then we're kind of easing into the work. And he
Right.
bragged about being. I'm not gonna like specify on air where he's going to for his vacation, but he bragged about like being offline during the vacation. So
Yeah.
he's happy about that. So
That's
I
great.
know he's gonna reappear in the next few days.
Perfect.
Hopefully.
Yeah. No, I
And
figured.
yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I kept this going and I figured out how to do this. And we have a lot of people in the stream. So thanks everyone for coming. You are loved. Sir T Bag is here. Raziel the Great, Little Dog. Okay, Ashley was just on. Lulu Minotaur. Franco's one of Nash's boys. Francesco Mancuso, protest with your money. The few sold us out to China. That's true, Francesco. Don't blame them. Blame yourself. Vote with your wallet. Interesting. Geronimo Venti, can't stand this dude. Socialist everything. Oh, sorry.
This is so funny. Voting with your wallet never works. This is such a weird comment to say.
Well, voting with your wallet is one of those like, hey, capitalism has a system for everything, you know? Sorry, go ahead.
Like in this case, what is he going to buy American stuff? Like all of a sudden he's gonna buy American clothes and American everything. Like it's still gonna go to the same like owners of all of these things, and it's probably even impossible at this point. Like it's all interconnected.
Well,
This whole China hating thing is very weird, and
oh, you think the China hating thing is weird, eh?
Yeah, I think so. Like I do recognize all of the
militarily they're stepping into China. They're stepping into India. I mean, they're stepping and they're being mean to India.
I didn't. You're probably an expert more than me on this, you know, just by virtue of knowing the language and like being like ethnically Indian. But yeah, I didn't really know about that. I know like the vigor it's called, Muslim thing is real and stuff like that. But then you can see the same pattern in like American kind of media.
Oh, 100%. I mean, their best excuse in China is like, hey, America's doing it. Everything they're doing that's bad, America is doing
basically.
it.
But can America, like, it's fine for me and you to complain about China doing stuff like this, but can like American government complain about this when they do even like things that are more horrible still to this day? And no, I mean the pattern of behavior with America is like if you want to stir up some conflict to keep the industrial military complex going, you will like overly emphasize all of the injustices done by a certain like country or region or group. Like it previously, the boogeyman just like recently was the Muslims, right? And it was just like 10 years ago.
Communist and Muslim.
and before that communists. So it was kind of similar. Look at what all of these communists do, all of the communist issues, and they starving. They're gonna show previously in the Soviet Union as some failed state, so then they can justify any sort of aggression towards everyone in it somehow. But also keep in mind that like they will show, like with Muslim stuff, they will say that you hear a lot about, even from conservatives, about like not Muslims but radical Muslims take on LGBT rights, right? So like,
what?
oh look, they are all homophobic. It's so bad that they're all homophobic, even though until recently like America and the American government and right as a whole is largely homophobic, and
I feel like, you know what it is?
It's aligned like politically with a lot of these supposed enemies, but they want to steer the conflict so they can then like grift money into military.
Well, you know what you could do? It's almost like conservatives in every culture are the same. So or have like similar tendencies. One of them is to be tribal and to hate the enemy or whatever. And another one, like, so one is to have in-group, out-group. That's a big tribal conservative thing. And then another one is with conservatives, they like doing like men have to be men, women are women, no gays, no trans, like none of this.
It's almost like, I don't want to call it like fascism, but this certain type of like thinking, which is kind of right-leaning and like socially like fascist. It's spread. It doesn't have any borders. Like it doesn't belong to one demographic. It spreads
it's
throughout.
just the conservatives in your culture. Like I have people come over to my house even, and like this uncle comes over after like just in that break in COVID. He's from India, but whatever. He goes, "Hey Amish, your Trudeau is a gay and Rajiv Gandhi also gay." and that's how he just started the conversation. And he was trying to be like that was his insult. Like his
Wow.
insult, like, hey, he thought I was gonna get so upset that he said this. He goes, hey, Amish, come here, hey, your Trudeau is a gay, and Rajiv Gandhi is a gay, and the Rajiv Gandhi is basically the opposing party in India. He's like he's like the left-wing party leader, but he's a rich kid, he's an idiot, whatever. But like, these guys are conservative. They don't like it. It's like when I was growing up, they'd be like, there would just be like old Hindu men at a family thing, and they'd just be like, hey, the Muslims are taking our women. What are we gonna do? Hey, Ed, what are we going to do? These Muslims are taking our women. So what are you going to do about it? Get one of theirs or lock down a Hindu girl as fast as possible. That's what they were trying to tell. Like when we were like 15, they're like,
yeah. And you guys have like a history with Pakistan, right?
Yeah.
Which is used to be essentially it wasn't like divided by anything, but all of a
the
sudden
British
after
divided.
the British,
The British
so the British basically come in, fuck everything up, and the same in like Muslim world, because it used to be one kind of Muslim region, and no one was having any borders or anything like that. But all of a sudden they come in, colonize,
but
get
do you
out,
ever
divide,
feel like
and conquer, really?
They do. But do you ever feel like here's where you're not going to like this, maybe, and maybe some people in the audience are going to like this, but this Nightbot keeps putting the drip call center in here. Put him on a timeout. But you know what I feel like is that because the religions are expansionist, the two religions have been fighting for like 200-300 years. So Christians and Muslims, I actually think Islam comes out of fighting Christians. So like Christianity was expanding over, and I think they were going to this area for slaves.
Like it's the same religion.
It's the same religion. It's just a 2.0. So all the stuff that the Christians do, I feel like these guys do it. They lost World War II, and that's it. But at one point, they were on top. Actually, there's a lot of people who say that they would be in charge of the world, but Genghis Khan just tore them apart. So actually, that's how long these two sides have been fighting.
Power with the Turkish, with Ottoman. I cannot pronounce this. Ottoman.
The Ottomans,
Ottoman Empire. And they were pretty big back in whenever that was. Really.
Yeah, they were sexy back in the day. They were hot, and they just,
It's still one of the bigger religions, right? It's one of the three. Because I studied this crap in university, because I have
don't say crap.
This crap religions. The
God,
crap.
You studied God. Ed, you studied God. They have beautiful teachings.
Gods, yeah.
They have some great teachings in the Rumi, the Sufis. It's great stuff in Islam. Great buildings too.
Yeah, I love the architecture for sure. I never been to I never been to Muslim countries, but I've been to Bulgaria once, and they have like Turkish minority of like 10% or whatever. And they have these, what are they called? Muslim temples, basically.
Mosque.
Mosques. And it's unlike anything I really seen before.
It's incredible, dude.
And I've seen some nice architecture in a lot of different towns, like in Europe, but
no, dude, and the way that they use the shapes, like they have this shape, like it's beautiful. Like some of the even the Ismaili temples, it's actually kind of like your symbol right there. They kind of use that, and they use these circle, like triangles and squares to make these like intricate patterns. It's beautiful, and but they both do have, and I do this as a joke on stage, like Christians and Muslims have to convert everyone. Hindus and Jews, we're not even accepting applications. Like, we won't let you in if you wanted to. Now, we have our own slaves internally. I don't know what the Jews do. I don't know if the Jews have anything like that, but Hindus have our own slaves internally. Christians and Muslims, though, they're almost locked in a fight that's been going on for like 400 or 500 years in a lot of ways. And that's why I think you see the similarity, like you were saying at the beginning of this conversation. We were saying right-wing American, like a right-wing American and like a terrorist could meet and be like, hey, I love guns.
This is... I don't think all of these things come out of religion specifically, because most of the religious teachings are so old that you can't really get something cohesive and internally sound out of any of them without being like contradictory. Basically, you can't really have a clear message out of the Bible. You can't get it out of the Quran. And there is something weird with I heard with the Quran specifically, that it's not even in the current like version of their language, so you can't really even read it or whatever. It's kind of like it used to be with the Bible. Back in the day with Catholicism, Catholics weren't basically allowed. So imagine you're like in Poland, and you only, and obviously like in 15th century or something like that, you're Catholic, but I mean I hope it's correct, and they were Catholic at the time too, but you can't read the Bible because it's only in Latin, and no one speaks Latin, really, and no one understands Latin besides like the priest and the people around in the church. So basically there is this guy who says that the holy book says what it says, but you don't know that, and no one around you knows that, and they can say whatever they want and have whatever kind of society they want to have, and say the king is this and that and almighty and whatever, because it says so in the Bible. Even though
no, I mean it's in a different language at this point. I mean, I do think like as much as they all brag about, like, even Hindus do this thing where they go, this book has been perfect for 10,000 years before the Westerners even had anything. The Hindu was here. I remember my uncle used to tell me, like, the Hindus had a flying adjustable size plane 10 million years ago.
Okay.
10 million years ago. You know why? Because in this TV show they made in the 70s called the Ramayana, flying bird plane. And then they keep bragging about how it's like older and older and older. Ancient Vimana technology explained. This is
it like a History Channel thing?
No. It's in India. They had this TV show called the Ramayana, and in that they had all these like flying, like it was like a magic show. And people would see that and they'd be like, hey, how come my uncle would be like, how come in America, you guys don't even have flying planes, adjustable size flying planes?
Losers.
In India, we have 10,000 years ago, we have it. Stupid.
It's like that UFO thing, and in some History Channel, like Ancient Aliens, I think, or some shit like that. Like in the background, something looks like vaguely like a UFO icon, and they're like, "This proves that millions of years we've been visited by a UFO."
So I think it's called Vimana. I think it's called Vimana. Let's check this out. This might have some information for us.
University of California at Irvine, April 2017.
The music is so good.
Aerospace engineer Travis Taylor.
Wow.
Has
I'm an aerospace engineer. I have an aerospace engineering degree. That's amazing.
No way.
Yeah. I never used it, but I have it.
Really?
Degree. Yeah, 100%.
Crazy, dude.
I know, right?
Yeah, just like my philosophy degree.
Whose design specifications are based solely on information gleaned from ancient Indian texts that are believed to have been
the Hindu
in 500 BC.
The Hindu knew.
He is going to subject it to wind tunnel analysis to determine if it is a viable flying machine.
Yeah, it looks like a viable flying machine.
Explain to me.
That's the guy. That's the guy from the meme.
Okay,
this is the guy. He's so good.
This is our aerospace vehicle model. It's connected to this boom. The armature has a force gauge on it. We're going to have airflow go past it at about 50 miles per hour or so. And then we're going to measure forces against it to determine if it's going to fly or not.
And so what are the signs that you're looking for in order to determine whether this is, in fact, aerodynamically sound?
Right. So we're going to measure the normal force, and the normal force is up or down. If it starts to move up, then that'll be exciting because it's actually going to be rising, and that's how you get flight. You know, when an airplane turns up and it starts to move, it's because it's getting lit.
This guy with the aerospace engineering degree, so perfect for these shows because he's just like such a good-looking guy. It's perfect. It's very TV friendly.
The other thing is I don't want to see it going real bad side to side or real bad chatter
and this
up
guy's
and down,
wild
because that would mean it's unstable.
All right, well, let's
do you
do
think
it.
it's
Let's
on
fire her up
purpose?
and see what happens.
This look.
Well,
he wants to look wild.
We've been talking about this for a couple of people. You have Dan Pena wearing the red suits. You have who's the other guy? The security, Detroit security guy. He's just made up his own security company, and he just has his own like. There's like guns on the wall. It's like all part of the look. Like I'm a meditation coach, so now I have a staff. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think they want to be like Dali, like have a recognizable, like Salvador Dali? You know, so you have a recognizable trait, and you just
what people
flex
say
with it, and you're like rememberable.
It's like people say you become your work. Like you live your art. You become your art. And these guys are like, let me just dress it. Let me go all the way with it, you know? Raziel the Great. I'm just putting your posts up there. Wow, so you think this plane's going to work?
The flow's coming up to speed.
You see that? The Hindu.
While being subjected to 50-mile-an-hour winds, the craft exhibits a slight lift upwards, yet remains relatively steady.
Why is that?
Sensors record the measurements of various forces, as well as torque and pitch.
This is the History
Channel.
Channel.
Just how aerodynamic the body is.
It looks very stable.
It looks very stable. Wow.
So let's look at the results.
So what happened during the test was the normal force, which is where we measure the lift, it was positive between 0.03 and 0.06 pounds of force.
Wow.
That means we were measuring lift. So our vehicle in the wind
So
tunnel
basically,
experiment was showing positive lift.
can you
like an
explain?
aircraft.
Do you have some special expertise now with your? Is that the time? Is that the
So
time
I
when
can
you
tell
use your
you,
degree?
as an aerospace engineer myself, like there's no reason why this ship would fly in the air. Like there's
I mean,
like
it
I
looks
can
like
tell
it,
you
right?
why airplanes fly. Like airplanes fly because you push air backwards, and then the shape of the wing is such that when air passes over, it creates like an upward pressure. So like you have a wing that's like this, and it's shaped like a bird's wing, basically. It is like kind of like a bird's wing because like fatter at the front, and it goes circular at the front, and then it goes back. This is just a submarine in the air. So I don't see why it would be creating any lift.
He basically puts like crazy amounts of air pressure from the front, and like, oh, it tilted slightly. It means it's gonna fly.
Yeah, no,
eventually.
that's ridiculous. Like he should be saying like, there's no wings on this thing. There's no way this could fly. It doesn't make sense. Like you can't just put a
I
submarine
love
in the
History
air.
Channel, man. History Channel is the
dude.
best.
What an insult to the History Channel, dude. This is used to be this. Like,
They are all like this. Everything on the
Yeah.
History Channel is quite, like, I think after some, I've seen some like documentary basically about the History Channel on YouTube a while back, and after some show they did, and like their ratings blew up somehow. They done something fake like about the aliens or whatever. They like completely switched their model of producing to this.
Right.
They used to just show a bunch of like normal history things that are all, you know, valid and
Historical.
true and
Yeah,
historical, and
like
like
historical facts.
real historians doing stuff. But then it all like after some point in like 2000s, it switched to this full time, and people watch it, and it's fantastic, really.
Yeah.
And it's funny, they have a bunch of shows about Hitler. Like it's weirdly fascist.
Well-
like for a second there, it's like it's a bunch of people trying to find Hitler on the moon. They're trying to find all of the artifacts that
That's
Hitler
great
once
content.
like touched. You can see how they're like fascinated by Hitler as a person specifically, and they never praise him, I guess, but like
No, they don't praise him,
somehow
but-
it's like at most historical importance that Hitler,
You got to know where
like,
the hits
touched
are.
something, you know.
You got to know where the hits are. Like even if you look at some of the big conspiracy theories right now, what's the hot conspiracy theory right now? There was a guy that when Oki came on the first or whatever, or on the second, he just infiltrated this cult. They're called. This guy believes in the Arcturians. They're like some aliens, whatever. But a big part of this cult is a Hitler side story. That like some of the most important data that they have for their cult came from a Hitler research lab on the other side of the moon. The Hitler research lab on the other side of the moon, that's a big one. And a lot of people just jump on it and take it. History Channel's doing a lot of that. Yeah. No, it is really sad because it kind of reminds me of like even Joe Rogan was talking about this, where he's saying like people want to make up like Bigfoot, but it's like, have you seen a gorilla? gorillas are beautiful. They're like
Yeah.
weird. Like they're like weird too. Like they look. The
We
face
have
looks
so
like a
many
human.
cool animals. It's kind of funny. Like we have some incredible nature,
Yeah.
and not all of them are like big gorillas or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty weird that people want to make up.
People just want to make shit up. Like you know
another
what's actually
animal.
really cool
But
history is like the real history of
second
Hitler.
it's discovered, the second
Yeah.
it's discovered, all of a sudden they would lose interest entirely, because
Right.
with conspiracy theories also, like it was a big conspiracy theory of like FBI spying on everyone.
Right.
And the second it was discovered that it's basically true, all of the conspiracy theorists
They go,
well,
boring.
well, it's not basically true. It is true. It's just different to a conspiracy. But yeah, they were like, boring. We don't care about that. What about this now? What about this unproven thing now? What about flat
Like
Earth?
as soon as it becomes scientific, they're like, well, who cares? It's like what?
Yeah,
what's the
because
point?
it feels like you're doing something while you're like discovering. You feel special, but
Wait,
once it
you want to be on the cutting edge, right? You want to be on the cutting edge of that shit. Okay, yo, let's go to our last topic though. This one, I'm gonna play the opening of this for you guys. Hold on, let me stop sharing the other one. I gotta stop sharing this one. Let's do our last topic. I think Tom Nash is gonna come back, even if he doesn't. Listen, if he doesn't, then it's me and you, and we're gonna the left wins the day here. Because sorry, unless someone in the audience wants to come on and debate this. Because honestly, well, this is what Steven gets. Okay, you want to leave till the 15th? This is what you're gonna get. This is what you get. Because
do you have like keys to the channel or something?
Yeah, no, I have login because we're like half and half.
Okay.
So yeah, no, I have
cool.
dude. I haven't
Cool.
messaged him at all. I've just been doing these, and like, dude, the last one it glitched on YouTube and it streamed for 6 hours. Like we were done. Doc Adams was done in 2 hours.
Oh my
it
god!
It streamed on for 6 hours. I know I could.
At least you didn't stream anything. You know.
No, I wasn't like dancing around naked or something. Like I just left. My computer was off. Like I left. And I kept trying different ways to turn it off. It just wouldn't turn off. And then the guy at StreamYard said,
the Snoop Dogg moment. Snoop Dogg had the same moment. He forgot that
I
he
saw that.
streamed for like a.
He's so cool.
He's so funny, dude.
He's so funny.
Okay, let's
start this. Why inflation is a boogeyman used to attack the left. I'm going to start playing this. I got to grab something from here real quick. I'll be right back.
If we lose this debate right now, for the next several decades, they're going to use this pandemic and fuel the narrative that what caused the inflation of the pandemic was the spending on poor children.
Right.
And that's why we shouldn't do it.
For people, the leftist among us, not to be screaming at the top of their lungs, feels politically negligent and unethical.
The standard approach is a dead-end street that blames everything on progressive public policies that actually improve quality of life and democratize the system. And who's defending those policies? I call them the gatekeepers in the economics profession, the gatekeepers in the political system. Do whatever it takes. Just don't touch my powerful friends, and don't
don't say
change
Larry
the
Summers'
structure of the
name
system.
here. I am extremely glad today to be joined by Professor Fadil Kaboub, an associate professor of economics at Denison and president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you for having me on the show. It's a pleasure.
So I came across you when someone on my timeline, thankfully, tweeted into my eyesight a podcast episode you had done where you offered one of the most clear explanations of what causes inflation, what inflation is, and also an overview of what MMT is that I have ever heard. Could you bless us by?
Thank you. My mom's sick, so I got to check on her. Both
you got the new variant.
I think we got the variant. I mean, who cares? It's like doesn't even matter the variant.
Me too. I'm also sick actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. It's just winter. It's freezing outside. It's like -20 over here. What is it like over there?
In Ukraine, it's what do we have? It was like a negative. Oh, you need to translate it for the Americans in the audience actually. Right. It was -4. Yeah, the coldest it was like -15 this year already, but like 2 weeks ago actually.
Yeah, -50. Okay, wait, but -50? It's like Fahrenheit. What is
15?
Oh, it's -15.
No, it's Celsius.
Celsius, yeah,
same.
I'm telling you Celsius. I'm at like negative 15,
me too,
negative
me too.
20 this
It's
week.
it's international Celsius is the proper way to say it.
Wow. Steven's gonna be pissed, eh? Steven's gonna be
Americans,
like,
yeah.
you guys fucking with your leftist ideas. Brian just gave us $4.99. Amish, you're killing it at these solo streams. Straight rips. I mean, it hasn't even been solo. Ed's here. Tom Nash was here today. Next week we have Elaine Linga coming. I mean, unless Steven's back, actually. And then after that, I think Spencer and Marco were saying that they're down to fill in the last 2 weeks. But hey, who knows? Steven comes back tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear from him, and or not tomorrow, on the 15th. Then we can we'll figure out. So I don't know. Elaine Linga for sure is booked though for next week. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be great. And we have Ed Lichinsky here now.
Do you want to maybe speed up the original video so we go faster through it?
Oh no, I was going to actually show you at 4:44. She kind of summarizes.
Oh, okay.
She
cool.
summarizes his explanation because his is a lot.
Into the most, basic terminology possible. Inflation is when goods cost more. And the problem is, what we're hearing every time you turn on the television, whether it's MSNBC or Fox News, is that the price of hamburger meat is over $1 more than it was before the pandemic, that the price of milk is going up, that there's an anticipated spike in rent prices. And the conventional understanding is that inflation happens when there is more supply than demand. And so therefore, people who are selling goods and services are able to raise the cost of goods and services because there are ample number of people who want to consume them. And what is happening right now is there are two parallel track conversations. There's one conversation about the supply chain and the way in which literally not being able to access goods and services because of the COVID pandemic shutting down the ability for people to import goods into the United States is causing a lack of supply.
What's that?
Well, this is what I wanted to talk to Tom Nash about, because they were talking about this. Even him and Steven were talking about something on the Drip a couple weeks ago. He just jumped in and they were talking. They just do this thing, Ed. They do this thing where if some lefty does something, they go, "Oh, runaway inflation because all the UBI that we just gave out." And what they're basically saying in this podcast, it's a great podcast. What they're basically saying in it, though, is that it has nothing to do with UBI. It's actually because of supply shortages and stuff like that.
By they, you mean like the right or something?
Conservatives? I don't know. Basically, there's this thing of
or Fox News or something like that.
It's not even
media
Fox
conservatives.
News, actually. Everyone is blaming inflation on Biden. Basically, people are saying Biden printed whatever $1 trillion because of COVID.
Right.
And that's why we're going to have inflation now, because of your lefty policies of giving out handouts.
But you don't have to give out, this is not how government makes money, right? It's all from taxes anyway. If you give out, your decision to give out money as temporary UBI has nothing to do with printing
inflation.
Money. It has nothing to do with inflation, really. You can just do it. They give money to the military every year, and
well, that's what I also wanted to ask Tom Nash is hey, how come when they print money for some social shit, actually feeding a kid, oh, now it's inflation, all this and that, but your military nonstop spending? Did they talk about military it's good for the economy? There's no money coming in. There's no money coming in. It's just a giant circle jerk. It's good. Hey, we got a lot of new jobs. You didn't make anything.
I'm subscribed to some alternative living YouTube channels, tiny houses and van life and stuff like that.
Okay.
And sometimes once in a while you see someone being oh yeah, so we're in America and apparently the military sells off every couple of years. They write off for nothing. They buy a vehicle. They buy a huge truck or some military truck type of thing, or a Hammer or something like that, for literally hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
they buy a bunch of these, and then they just sell it off at the auction for nothing, for pennies. Oh, we bought this for $10,000. We have this huge 20-ton vehicle that we converted into a house, because military does that. And for the system, it's just a weird grift of supporting all of these private businesses. that make money off producing, distributing, delivering. There's so much money to be made in these government contracts, right?
Yeah, totally, man. And I mean, it is. I guess what they talk about on this podcast too is that like they've been blaming. They're just so quick to blame. Like one thing that pisses me off a lot too is when people just go, "What do you want, Venezuela?"
Oh my god.
UBI, what do you want, Venezuela? You're gonna end up like Venezuela. Look at Venezuela, dead. Venezuela, they're dead.
But they don't have UBI, and they are under U.S. embargo, aren't they? Or war under?
Well, I saw a great economic.
U.S. embargo, right? As always.
People always say like make simple like I feel like it is conservatives. They just want a simple answer to shit. Like that's why even with climate change, their arguments like Dan Pena, his argument is like, he showed me it's 2 degrees now. Then it was 1 degree. Then 10 million years ago, it's 2 degrees. Comes and goes. Problem solved.
He doesn't even care. Like he's too old to care.
He does. It's like just take a minute to think about this more than just some guy told you or you saw a chart. Like they just want some simple thing to prove what they already believe, and they run. So with Venezuela, I feel like they do that. They just go like, look at Venezuela. You want Venezuela? Venezuela collapse. When you look into it, because this is what everyone always says is that if you give UBI, you're going to create inflation. Prices are going to go up. And I even know guys who own businesses. They go, what do you think? I'm stupid? I'm raising my prices.
Is that a new talking point? I never heard of it. I never heard about because anti-UBI. I think UBI is like getting more popular and closer to like being a thing, and they try to make up new talking points against it. Basically, especially all of the people who are all of the businesses who are dependent on cheap labor, basically, right? Because it's all of the same kind of media channels that complain about not being enough workers at like fast food restaurants and places
well,
like
there's
that.
That's but like I find that even like I feel like with a lot of conservative talking points, there's the people who actually benefit from it. And then there's always people on the street that are like, yeah, I'm with that guy. And it's like, you're broke. And you don't like I know a lot of business people who are anti climate change or like they don't believe in climate change because they own a fracking business or, you know what I mean? Like they're on that side of it. Or they're on some part of the supply chain. So they're like,
do they just like deny it, or do they actually
they
don't
believe
believe it exists? Like they fool themselves?
I think they fool themselves. I think they fool themselves.
It's hilarious though, like fooling yourself into like you know that there is a conflict of interest for yourself. Like obviously you're not gonna say that.
I guess they're not gonna say that, and they're just gonna say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, yeah, no. Look, everyone has their biases. Everyone has their issues. I guess whatever. But then you look at. But what I was gonna say is like you look at someone like Dan Pena. I don't think he's invested in the oil company. Like, I don't think he cares. Like I don't know if you saw the clip before, but like some woman's telling him like, you just care about money, 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 and we're destroying the environment. Dan Pena comes back with like, hey, climate change isn't real. I don't think he's invested any money in climate change. Because what I find with a lot of these policies is that you'll get the propaganda from someone who benefits from it. But then there is this like, you're an American and be proud. So then just some poor person on the street, they'll also support it. It's kind of like how all these like business owners will support Jeff Bezos not paying any tax. Because they're like, hey, man, that's the system. That's the system. You don't pay the tax.
Hilarious.
Because you're not going to get there. You know, they think they're going to get there one day, or they just believe
if Jeff Bezos wins, like the more Jeff Bezos, specifically him, actually historically, like the more he wins, the more small business owners lose, or even like medium business owners. Because by the example, what they done with the diaper, have you heard of the diapers.com thing? How he
diapers.com.
Yeah, there used to be this big website that it's not a thing anymore. I don't think.
Diapers.com has a good ring to it though. Diapers.com.
Yeah, just like a cheap place where in bulk parents could buy a bunch of diapers, right? And and it was very popular. And Jeff Bezos basically offered to buy them at some point or something like that, and they refused. And then, so what he's done, basically compete them out is he starts selling diapers on Amazon, and
Okay,
at
I get
his
what you're
own
saying.
cost, at his own capital, he basically sold them for cheap, and sales at diapers.com dropped. So I think they either bought them
I'm
out
sure there's a video.
afterwards. Like for long enough, you do this for years, and all of a sudden you can either buy them out and they agree, or you can just do this until they're destroyed, and then you can just double your prices or do whatever with the prices, because you hold that part of the market. You hold the monopoly on this sort of product. Do you have something on diapers.com?
Hold on a second.
And this is what he does with everything. Like he does this with books and bookstores actually first.
Yeah.
And now,
do you want to see? So this is a clip called "This is what happens when Amazon comes for your
Yeah.
business."
Yeah.
They are vicious on that level too. Like you're some small business owner. You're like, "Hey man, I'm with Jeff Bezos. I think he's America. I think you got to fight."
They do this
He
actually
takes you
now.
out.
They have an automatic system to do that. Actually, if you know how Amazon Essential works, Amazon Essential products they sell, right?
Right.
The
What a
brand.
good way. What a good branding. Because basically they're putting
look,
everyone out of business by being like, "Hey, we just want to offer the essentials." This is
yeah,
Amazon Essentials.
but like they own the marketplace, but they also compete with you on that same marketplace. So all of a sudden, imagine you invented like some sort of cool, not invented, but you like made a product, right? You made a juicer or something, or like a toaster, and it's very popular, and it does something unique and cool.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, and you like have a Kickstarter, and maybe in like few years it's supported and you get some money, and now you're selling it, and all of a sudden it's on Amazon.
Yeah.
And it's now again popular. Now Amazon just takes your design, and there is an Amazon Essential that looks exactly like yours but cheaper.
Yeah.
And this happens a lot. And all of a
It's like-
sudden, you didn't get any traffic from Amazon because your search results are like 10% of what it used to be, suspiciously, because Amazon done something to your like shadow banned or whatever.
Yeah, but what about
And
but that
you
is a
can't do
conservative
anything.
mentality of like the game is the game, baby. What? The game is the game.
Nothing. But they don't. There is no like. How can you play a game when your opponent owns the court you're playing it on and determines the rules? You know, that's the thing. That's corruption in its final form. And I've seen something actually recently.
I wouldn't say that's corruption, but I do think that the fact that they go from that to like now he's
still the monopoly,
influencing the government. It is, yeah. I guess you know what? Here's the problem, right? Is that if you believe in capitalism, you believe in like go to the top, keep fighting, beat your competition, whatever. Monopoly is like the championship ring. You know, like Monopoly is like it's like you killed it.
You shouldn't. It's weird that people. Yeah, so this is why it's weird why like business owners support this in any way, because they think one day they're gonna be a Jeff Bezos themselves. But
yeah,
the more he wins, the less it's likely to happen. Like the infinitely less it's likely to happen, because they will, even if they succeed, even by like unlikely capitalist metrics and mechanisms, they do some crazy product that succeeds. All of a sudden, if it's in the like physical product realm, Amazon just snatch like yoinks, and you don't have that product anymore. If it's digital, actually, it's the same story with maybe Google or Facebook. If you have some cool social media concept, Facebook just copies it, carries your users over to themselves again, posts it on like Instagram, and you can't do anything about it.
No, they're vicious, man. They're cutthroat. They're cutthroat. Like the guy's not the guy. Well, didn't he say? Okay, so we kind of played this clip before. Didn't he like his wife was hitting like just kind of smiling at Leonardo DiCaprio, and then he's like, "Hey, come meet me here. I'll kill you." Like, what was that?
Yeah, it was so funny, dude. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, everyone was like, "It's not funny, dude. Like, you probably killed people, right?" Everyone's sentiment was like, "You're Jeff Bezos, right? You have power to kill people if you want to."
Dude, Memology 101 is the best. Hold on, let's see this, because I feel like this does show you what a psycho he is. Oh, it's on there.
You have a donation.
Oh, sick. Two days later. Leo, come over here. I want to show you something. Danger, steep cliff, fatal drop. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Like he is a psycho, and she wasn't even doing anything. She's just like, oh, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, of course, dude.
I think
after
everyone memed on him like that, he had to respond somehow. But
Right.
what would you prefer, like this or some sort of like canned, weird corporate response?
From him? Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I like how these guys are so rich that they're not like him, and Elon Musk is like that too. Dude, Elon Musk, he's been saying some wild shit this last month.
I hate Elon Musk.
Why do you hate Elon Musk, dude? He is incredible. He's the green revolution of this planet. Okay, let me read some of these.
Talk about. Have you seen the new? Have you seen the new Las Vegas viral hyperloop traffic jam?
No,
look up. Okay, I will link it to. I will.
Can you send it to me? There's a spot where you can send me a private chat. But I'm just gonna read these 3 comments. Tyler Morin, $10. Inflation is a real thing. Just look at the Canadian housing market. It's gone up literally 40% in the past 2 years, and there are no supply chains on the land. You know, Tyler, I agree with you that inflation is a real thing. I just think like people want to blame it all on like the literal printing money. Like, I do think it's like a simpleness of how conservatives think. They're like, you printed more and now it's worth less. Like they don't think beyond that. When really, like these guys are saying on Bad Faith, it's about supply chains too. It's about all this other stuff. Like even I've heard people say that like, if you give people UBI, I'll raise my prices. You know, they do the study.
Isn't
they
housing
actually
market like unrelated completely almost to inflation because it's like a long game?
I think housing market,
the prices would have to be in the making for years to all of a sudden like.
Well, here's what I would agree with him. I don't know if it's called inflation, but I definitely think there's a housing bubble because in the 70s, Ronald Reagan said,
but it's not.
I don't know if you call it inflation, but it's basically like the bubble is just like, you know, the amount of people I know that bought a house and then sold it in 5 years and made $1 million. They're like, hey, I'm a real estate mogul. I'm a property investor. It's like, you just bought it and held it. You know what I mean? Like you must know in your heart that you didn't really work for any money. You just bought it for 400,000. 3 years later, it's worth 900,000. Like, why are you proud of yourself? I mean, I guess, I don't know.
Imagine just like, but it's a bunch of people who are like, I always wanted to buy a house and it's very expensive all of a sudden now for some reason. Well, I guess I have to pay like $200,000, $500,000, and more for like a decent house.
Dude, it's like $1 million plus in my area.
And the other guy who sells it is like, yeah, I'm a real estate mogul. I'm the best. I'm so cool. I sell all of these houses, and everyone loves me because I have money.
Well, yeah, basically that's what they say.
Just to feel like a winner, you know.
You just feel like a winner, and like, look, real estate market will never go down because everyone who owns everyone who's powerful owns real estate, and they just want to see their own money go up. Like all the older people who own the real estate, they're in charge of shit, so they'll never correct it because basically the reason why I think it's so high is because a part of it is like, look, there is a lot of demand in Canada. They're just importing like 400,000, I think, immigrants from India every year or something. I don't know. Like they're bringing in a lot of immigrants, especially to this area. So I understand why real estate prices go up.
Do you watch this channel, Not Just Bikes?
No, but let me. Okay, wait.
The best.
Not Just Bikes.
The best. Yeah,
okay, I can't.
It's a guy from Canada who moved to the Netherlands.
Oh my god, you guys. And
he talks about how Canada sucks.
What?
Basically, yeah. He talks about not like, but like, it sucks in the way how Canada and in America, Canada and America. So basically, he talks about North America, build their cities and how it's just, and the same with the housing crisis. Basically, comes out of that, that it's all like single family. He goes so far, single family housing, where it could be a bunch of different, like in Europe, there are a bunch of different types of housing that people prefer to live in. And it's like smaller, like 5-story buildings and 3-story buildings, and maybe a single family if you want to, but also like a bunch of people live in the city in like 15-story buildings and stuff like that. and it's very interesting. It's about car
Yeah,
dependency.
you gotta,
where's the link?
You gotta send that to me. Let me read this guy's comments though. Hold up. This is, you live in Toronto, as you should very well know that the housing market is unreal, overvalued right now. Canada is the second most expensive place to own real estate. Tyler Moran, I agree with you. I mean, I do think it is a bubble. I don't know if it is like an inflation. I don't know if it's that different. Houses being bought and sold have already been built before. It's estimated that the Canadian government has shuttled around $180 billion into the housing market through all the big spending. It's true. I mean, there is definitely it's definitely a bubble. It's definitely not worth. I don't know. There's no reason why all these people need to. It's true too. Once you've built the house, you've built the house. Just for changing hands, we're talking about $1 million and $1 million and $1 million. At some point, it just becomes what is this?
It's so weird, right?
Yeah.
Why would you pay?
Hold on. I'm gonna share this. Yeah. I don't know. But people are just so in denial. I think they just feel like everyone, the people who sell their house and they make $1 million, they just want to believe that they're a real estate mogul too. You know what I mean? They want to be proud of themselves. So yeah. This is the Elon Musk thing. LOL. Elon Musk's boring company has traffic jams. I was told it was impossible. Yeah, I heard about this.
Yeah. Look at the video.
Was there an accident? Well, look. Can we play this?
No. There wasn't. Oh, okay, yeah. Just play it and play the sound too. They just talk about the jam.
When it's busy with new people constantly, it's not too bad. But when it's
very
slow
funny.
And you're by yourself, it kind of gets a little boring sometimes. Just circling around constantly.
So is there often a lot of traffic here?
No, I think what's happening is the South Hall, the building doors are closed.
Oh, they are?
So no one's going to that. So I think what's going on is
weird. It's so tight.
He sounds so sad.
Why are they closed?
I don't know.
Why
Well,
are they
the building itself
closed?
isn't closed, just the entrance doors are locked. I don't know why.
And this guy explaining that he's the employee.
Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know why. So what? You're just ripping this guy because he has a traffic jam? Ed, the guy made electric cars.
No, he didn't do shit. Okay, let me explain. So I love
but I
this
mean, he
video, and
executed
I'm
on the
so-
electric cars so that we could have them. But
he
wait, should
bought
we
the
finish
co-
this?
He bought the company. Nothing interesting happens. It's just this basically. But
That is cool though, man. It looks cool. That's
Can you?
fun.
Yeah, of course but it only looks cool. It doesn't do any. Have you seen the initial concept for this?
No.
So maybe I'll just explain.
This is so cool, though.
What's the issue? Oh my God, you're buying into the.
I love Elon. No, I'm
scam.
bought in. I
You're
love
buying into the
Elon.
scam.
I love Elon.
Okay,
And I
so
think he
initial
brought the electric
concept-
car onto the market. He executed on it. The stations
Well,
are
you're-
everywhere.
you're wrong
He fought
then.
against the
Okay.
major car companies.
Oh, he
This
didn't-
Elon Musk
What do you
hate?
mean?
He
He
had to
actually
fight,
made
dude.
the industry worse because he started doing some subscription shit within the car. So you buy a car and they have integrated some feature, right? So you have a specifically with the seat warmers, it's called, right? So you have a heat thing on your seat on the Tesla, but you have to pay for it monthly as an
Yeah.
add-on. You can even though it's there and you you own it, supposedly you bought a car, it's
Yeah.
it's your car, but you have to pay as a rent for a feature. And then BMW copied it because Tesla got away with
This
it.
guy
and now
made
it's part of
like,
the industry.
You're really
No, he didn't.
nitpicking here a
Okay,
little bit here.
No, I don't.
He brought out electric cars.
He's also
and he figured out how to
anti-union. You
execute
need
on
to
that.
remember that.
You don't like a
he's
little couple
also-
things here and there. It's fine. But what's
No.
okay?
The, the cars are crap too, actually. But yeah.
Have you been in one? They're tight.
Have you
They're
been
so
in
good.
any other $50,000 car besides that, like that, or
Dude, the thing has no
$100,000 car?
gas. It just go. It zips. It's a great car.
What about
Also, this guy made a
Porsches have
car.
the same price. They're way nicer inside, and they have
Right, but the Porsche, look, I know Bill Gates bought the Porsche. Is that why you like it? Because Bill Gates bought it?
No.
Look,
Okay, let me explain. Okay,
this
forget about the
guy
car. That
is
doesn't
innovative.
matter. This is the only thing. I mean, it's not on him. Also, personally, it's it's a bunch of people working this.
Sure.
Anyway, look. So I can't believe like more people talk about this, but I guess maybe enough people.
Nitish,
I just
in the
didn't hear
comments,
about this
everyone's
enough.
saying, I'm telling you, dude, Teslas are tight. Teslas are sexy, and a lot of people are saying this. Not Teslas.
Yeah, there's something called like a MacBook effect, basically. So like when you imagine you have like a crappy HP laptop that you bought for like $200 in college, and then all of a sudden your friend has a MacBook, and you think, oh, Apple is the best because they have the best computers.
Yeah, that they did for a while.
No, because you don't compare it to it's like similarly priced PC computer. You don't compare it to any other company. You compare it to your old cheap experience because the expensive is the only one that's available. So you compare it to available ones. So Teslas don't make cheap cars. If they made a $5,000 car, it would also be not nice. Of course, like they are synonymous with luxury because they only make air quotes luxury, because they only make luxury. They only make $50,000.
I almost think,
therefore you can't have a
here's what I think is happening. Here's what I think is happening with the price.
I want to talk about the traffic jam though.
Can I just say about the price though? I think it's expensive because the guy had to fight the current industry to create a network and to make these car batteries cheap and to fight with everyone and to get the network up. So I think it's expensive because of that. I think the reason why each car is a luxury car, you're saying quote unquote luxury, he only makes luxury cars because he only does shit that's tight. He's basically has a mentality of like, I'm dope, I do dope shit. So I'm not going to make some half-ass car with like, oh, you can wind down the window.
There is some truth to that. So like original, you can't really, because the price of the car, the profits that companies get from cars are not only from sales, but also through dealerships and repairs, basically. So you can't just be there. There weren't any new car companies because first, he did make it's like a life hack to combat this phenomenon
of gas only, because people had in 91 they had an electric car.
Camera. Yeah, but that's irrelevant again. Like it could be someone else. It doesn't matter. And still, like people don't have that they've been putting off the accessible electric car. And also I hate cars in general. Even if they are all of a sudden electric, it's not gonna solve climate change. It's just gonna enrich Elon personally. It's not gonna do anything.
Can we not respect the fact that he got it electric?
No respect.
So okay, hold on.
But let me talk about the tunnels though. It's so much more interesting.
Tell me about the tunnels.
Let's say I agree. Like he gets one. He gets minus like 50 in the future anyway. But so he gets this one. Okay. He personally made the car. Okay. Even though he personally only made a single patent on Tesla, and the patent was a custom charger for Teslas that no other company can use.
That's great.
That was his personal. No, that's not, because all infrastructure is basically going to be created for this single company, and he's going to have like a monopoly on charging stations.
Well,
so they're going to have to pay.
I said it about Jeff Bezos. I'll say it about him. You know what? Monopoly is the championship ring of business. You got as a businessman, you're going for the monopoly, dude. Once you're in business. You're trying to.
You're just making fun of me. I get it. Like,
no, I'm not making fun of you, but I'm just saying, like at some point, like I honestly feel like monopoly is something that the government has to regulate out of you, or the market, like other businesses,
right?
Because business people, your job is to try to create, like your job is to be the best you can. So therefore, take the biggest amount of market share. So therefore, become a monopoly. Like, I mean,
true that,
to get mad at someone for going to a monopoly is like saying he's so good that he dominated the whole market. It's like, well,
so this is the whole issue of a profit motive in general. Like you can't really blame him personally, and I agree. You can't blame like billionaires personally, because if not for like someone else would take their place, they have to be ruthless, and this is the system we live in. And yeah, it's kind of sucks that we live in this system, and I agree with that too. But let's talk more. It's just funny because when like Bill Gates does stuff, no one defends him.
Yeah. Okay. Who when Bill Gates does what stuff? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, when like people love Elon Musk for essentially like wrong reasons. He bamboozled everyone into thinking that he's somehow different.
I'll tell you this: he didn't bang anyone at Jeffrey Epstein's shit. He didn't see him over there with Jeffrey Epstein.
He has a photo with what's her name? The recently convicted one, Giselle or whatever.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine, yeah.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, he has a photo with her. Look it up.
Okay, fine. He has one photo.
He knows her personally. So what? Do you know what it means? I didn't actually think.
No, dude. Bill Gates was hanging out at the house. They got dirt on Bill Gates. I think his wife left him because of that. Bill Gates, and he lost half of his money because of that.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, with Bill Gates, I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised with any of these weirdos. Like, you think they can't? Like, they don't need
come on,
Epstein for that.
They're at a party together. Can they be at a party together? Can they go to a party? Hold on a second. Let me just show you guys
Fine,
this.
That's fine.
Let's let me show you. Let me show you. Can they be at a party? He's not even acting like they're best friends. She's just standing over to him. That's the only picture I see, really. And look, his body language is awkward. He's actually kind of like, I don't know, this lady. She's kind of weird.
Be careful what you photograph yourself with. If you're a billionaire.
I mean,
yeah, that's a non-issue. Like, there are real things he done that are awful. Have you
People
heard
say
about
that he's pretty
all
bad
of the
with,
racism at
with
his
workers'
factories?
rights.
Yeah, workers' rights. Yeah.
I've heard he's rough with
union
workers'
buster.
rights. He is a union buster, and that's wrong. And that is the climate in
That's
America
awful.
right now too. You can blame a little bit of that for the climate in America and the
Yeah,
fact
I
that they
know,
have no political
anti-union
backing.
policies. It shouldn't be, but actually, the entire history. But that's kind of shows that he's not different. That's the entire point. Because why would he, if he's so different, he's so cool, why would he care about the union, right? Why would he? He's also, by the way, his stock is overinflated, and he like takes every subsidy he can. And Tesla basically runs on as a company. It runs not on electricity.
I don't know.
It runs
some part
on
of me is like, you
government
do
subsidies.
You got to do those, though.
Yeah,
you almost earn the government subsidies. You get bigger and bigger, and then you're like, okay, the oil, they're giving it to the oil companies, right? So he's not going to sit back here.
This
then
makes him lazy, though, right? This, if it makes lazy you, why wouldn't it? Okay, I'm just kidding.
That's true. No, you're right. You're right. I do think it makes all the businesses lazy. Because if they're getting free money from the government,
what about the competition?
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. I actually don't think that welfare makes people lazy. I think corporate welfare makes businesses lazy. But giving welfare and UBI to regular people is actually good for the economy.
He complains about government regulation. He's known to complain, like the hypocrisy of taking all of the money he can from the government, from all of the green initiatives to produce cars that he like basically he tries to establish a monopoly on electric cars by doing this like charging station bullshit and a bunch of other things and like software and. He wanted to open source his software, but then but then he was like, nah, not gonna do that.
He open sourced so many other things, though.
No, I'm big into open source, actually.
Yeah, he did open source like the battery technology, stuff like that. Like he's,
I think he more promises to open source and then never does. Like that's been the track record. With,
okay, well, if that's too bad.
But let's look at the. This is a perfect example.
Oh, he has a company called the Boring Company. So his Boring Company makes the holes, and then he made like an underground. So he made this road from Vegas to California.
No, he only plans to do so. Okay, look up Boring Company tunnel initial concept. The Boring Tunnel initial concept, LA, I think. It has I
can't believe you're making me do anti-Elon Musk stuff. Let me read Geronimo Venti's comment real quick. I can't believe you're making me go on an anti-Elon. I love Elon Musk, dude. Keep trying.
I thought so too at some point, but as soon as you look into him, you're all of a sudden like, oh, I didn't want to think anything good of this guy.
Real quick, Geronimo Venti, $5. The real estate market is separate from the regular market and quantified separately in relation to inflation. Watch Patrick Bowe's video on inflation. Yeah, interesting. I agree with you. I think that's true too, but I think the last person who gave us all those donos, God bless you, you are loved, Tyler Morin, I think he's using the word inflation and bubble interchangeably, possibly. And then we have Lulu Minotaur, $5 Canadian. Good news, everyone. Tesla Shanghai is developing a new, more affordable model. They are already hiring for the line. You see that? Positive news is here, brother.
But they claim to do this for years, literally. Like every time you know what's also funny about the workers' rights in this case?
It's not easy to execute on these things, though.
Yeah, I know, but
this is a grind.
So they claim to do this in crazy time schedules and crazy deadlines.
Yeah.
So they have publicity, and every time they are late. No, initial concept. Look it on YouTube.
This on YouTube. Okay.
Or like click video or whatever. I don't know. So then it's been known actually that they then push engineers and everyone at the factory to work extra hard. They never ask what's realistic and then give a deadline. They make a I guess he specifically, I don't know, it makes up.
Well, that's how Steve Jobs did it too.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs was always like cracking the whip.
Well, he's a piece of shit though. I hate him though.
Who?
Steve Jobs.
Oh, come on, Ed. This is Ed.
Okay, look at this.
Let's respect the kings here. Let's respect the guys who executed on some major stuff. Dude, I can't believe my buddy works in Silicon Valley. He's the same as you. He doesn't like Elon Musk. I'm like, guy, Elon Musk.
He literally died from eating fruit. You know that, right? Like he was into some weird new agey Hinduism, which should be very offensive to you, I suppose. Because he's like,
he didn't know. I think he was Jain or something like, or Hindu. But he basically thought that he could do some Hindu like new age. Like he didn't go for cancer treatment right away.
Yeah, he didn't go for cancer treatment. He got cancer because he only ate fruit, I believe. And then he refused having a kidney transplant. That was... so look at this. This was the original concept, right?
Wow, so just on the street, it goes up and down like that? That's sick.
Which is very fucked up because you can still see they take up the entire lane, which is like you could just put a bus lane there.
Well, make it like a parking spot or something. Like make it like you go into parking and then you go through.
Inside this parking spot. Yeah, sure. Okay, look.
Like in the first video you sent me, they kind of they come out and then they're in this like area.
This
like
is
they should
118. And all of a sudden, they done some tests. They do more and more tests, and they're like, okay, we want to have a rail. Okay. We want to have a rail, and it's gonna. So initially, it was supposed to not have any even air inside.
How do you breathe?
You somehow, I don't know. In the car, you have enough air to go through. Whatever.
Is this Tesla's only?
Okay,
like
pause
is this?
Pause it.
Is this Tesla's only?
Let me explain. So the first concept you've seen just now. This is the second one. This is the downscale. Yeah. And try not to watch it for now. So in the first one, you've seen all of those crazy like rails, and you go. Your car is not moving itself, like it's being moved by this system, and it was supposed to be like 300 kilometers per hour top speed, and you would go wherever you want, and you can use any car, right? You would just lock in your car onto this platform. And all of a sudden, you're basically like on a train, and there are also pods with people in it without any cars, right? So it also works like a bus or something like that. And then they tried that, they gave up, and they presented this. They're like, okay, so we're not able to make a railing system. We're just gonna do like a guiding system.
Okay.
So you get into this second video you watch now.
Yeah.
This one that is open. You're on this guiding system. So your car now, all of a sudden, it's not any car. It's just Tesla's, because you need to connect to
I figured it has a hook. It's hooking onto the Tesla somehow.
Of course, it has to have Teslas.
Yeah.
It uses your own engines in the Tesla, right, to propel you forward.
Yeah.
But it like guides you through this. You're still on this rail. It just uses your motors. So everyone was like, Cool. I mean, still almost as good, and still almost as good as train. Still somehow different than train, but okay. Let's pretend the trains don't exist.
Okay.
And then, so for years, like from 2018 to like 19 and 20, whatever. And now, okay, on YouTube now look up launch of Vegas Hyperloop.
But we're not going to watch the rest of this one.
Yeah, okay. That's the concept they switched to.
But it sounds like when you take on such a big project, can there may be mistakes? Can we not make a mistake? Can we not have forgiveness for him trying to make some wild shit? Didn't work. You're like this guy's promising like some fantasy, and then when he has to adjust the fantasy to like, oh, I'm not going to be able to make it in 2 seconds. It's going to take 5 seconds. Then Ed goes, oh, you lied. You said 2 seconds. Now it takes 5 seconds.
No, it does. Okay. Look up now the final concept. The final, not the concept, the final of what they done. The New Vegas Hyperloop. The New Vegas Hyperloop, a news report, I think. I've seen a very funny news report.
Tell me which one.
This one is CNBC.
The escalator into the loop station, you see the Teslas waiting to whisk you into a tunnel 43 feet below ground. Now, you might think, all right, it's like a subway, but this is more like a highway underground.
Okay, first of all, she's trying to sell it too much. I don't like the PR that she's doing. You're CNBC, just say what it is.
They also said that when they downscaled it to the concept of guiding rails and stuff like that, they said Tesla's only now. And they said because it's Tesla's only, it's gonna be and because it's their own tunnels, right? It's all gonna be automatic. No driver required. It's just like you click a button, you get in a Tesla, and you're not at the driver's seat. It's just it just rides around. Now look at this. Now unpause.
Okay.
Las Vegas. This is also a thrill ride. The Las Vegas Convention Center loop is part thrill ride, part light and sound
I'm sold.
show,
I love it.
but mostly just a commute across a sprawling convention center.
If there's a show going on and you've got a lot of traffic in the convention center, it can be a 45-minute walk from one end to the other.
The loop
this guy
gets you there
explains
in less than 2 minutes.
transportation.
Here's how it
Thank you.
works. You enter the station and call for a Tesla.
Ed.
He's so smart.
Ed.
Oh yeah, if the convention center is large, me need go to
Here
other
I am like,
parts.
oh, he's got a good point. You could just drive in underneath. No, but just dude, imagine you got to get to the convention center. There's a hella shit ton of traffic. You got the hey, don't worry, baby, Hyperloop. Zzz, bing bang from the line.
Baby. Let me take a okay, play it.
Operates like an Uber or a Lyft. Where
It's
you
like
have an
an
app
Uber
on
or
your
Lyft.
phone, you say, I'm here, I want to go there, car comes up, has an identifier on it that matches with what is on the app on your phone.
Wow, this is so
Passengers
tight.
don't have to make multiple stops because there are multiple exits. You go directly to your station of choice. The convention center has 3, but plans are in the works to build a loop system citywide.
I'm looking right now. I mean, there's the Ferris wheel. There's the new sphere under construction. The stadium is out there somewhere,
dude.
waiting.
And then he could charge other people rent for trying to use his tunnel. This is so smart, dude.
No one else
He's
can use them. Only
combining
Teslas,
Uber.
dude. Only Teslas.
Only Teslas, dude.
Yeah,
He's basically like,
for
let's cut out
him.
traffic. Let's cut out the middleman. No traffic, dude. You got the money. Pay me. You get an underground highway.
Okay. I guess you can. I don't know how long it goes
No, let's
on,
keep
but
going.
you get it. Okay.
Are you saying that eventually this loop is going to connect people from the airport to downtown to the stadium and everywhere in between?
It
In like
will,
20
and
years,
that eventually
the
is not that far
possibilities.
away.
Did you hear that? Not 20
One
years.
day hey, when Elon Musk in like 50 years, when he invents trains,
yeah,
you will be able to connect 2 different cities. Can you imagine that? And then you're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to stop riding your horse through the city.
This is okay. He's making you a little underground express tunnel. If it's bad traffic,
yeah, sure. That you
get the tunnel, and then you
that
got
you
your
can
own subway.
go in on your own car. So basically, okay, you need to realize that this is subsidized. This is bought by a government. Like this is New Vegas.
Oh, see, Raziel the Great is so on your side. Raziel the Great said, I'm going to post this. Such a lefties, you guys. How much education budget did they cut to make this?
Yeah, this
to
is
make
so
up for
funny.
this lack of tax revenue to pay for this. LOL.
So imagine,
guys, how do you jump straight to this? How do you jump? You guys like this guy's innovating. Patches. It'll be funny if that loop gets backed up like the rest of the city. No, that's what the problem is. That's what you were saying at the beginning.
Yeah, show him. Maybe here, tap to the tab with the
yeah.
traffic.
Let me go. Let me
now
go.
let's see.
Because we still have this. Hold on. Well, let's finish this video.
And
this is good.
That eventually is not that far away.
Construction on this loop was completed in 2 years for a cost of less than $53 million, including the stations.
Only
it's designed to handle 4,400 people an hour with 62 cars. Right now, with drivers, but soon they'll be autonomous. And what happens in Vegas?
For like 5 years, they've been telling
stay in Vegas.
soon.
Any place that
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why is she doing this? This journalist is just like
yeah. Okay, they didn't say. Okay, wait. Keep in mind.
What happens in Vegas?
Maximum
Won't
speed.
Stay in Vegas. Yeah.
Maximum speed of these cars inside of the tunnels.
Yeah.
Even though it's Teslas, Teslas are fast as fuck,
Very
and they
fast.
don't.
Very great
and
cars.
it's private property. It's private tunnels. They can and they know where each one is. They don't have to limit the speed. What do you think the maximum speed is?
When the computers can drive all the cars simultaneously, it'll be like 120 kilometers an hour. But right now, it's probably like what, 50?
Yeah, it's 50. It's 50 kilometers an hour. It's 30 miles per hour for all of our American friends.
No.
It's 30 miles per hour. Okay, it's it's like a pro cyclist speed. Okay,
that's pretty bad. Okay, wait, let's finish this.
Drivers, but soon they'll be autonomous. And what happens in Vegas? Likely won't stay in Vegas.
What the hell
Any
is this?
place that has congestion issues.
It's way too
needs
fun.
to move people.
The music
really can't just keep expanding roadways. Is going to want to look at a system like this because it really makes a difference.
It makes a difference, guys.
Look, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, DC to Baltimore. Hey, Los Angeles to Las Vegas. That's a 4-hour plus drive that stretches into a 9-hour parking lot on some days. All of this is under consideration for a loop. In Las Vegas, more than 40 destinations have raised their hand saying, yep, we want a station, we'll build it. They're thinking,
imagine
how long? Okay, but if you did 50 kilometers an
Vegas.
hour, if you did 50 kilometers an hour from LA to Vegas, wouldn't that be 4 hours anyway? Don't see, now I'm making your points.
It's not it's like 8 hours, I think. If you go 50.
Because if you go on the highway, yeah, like there's like some spots are like traffic. But dude, why?
Oh yeah,
there
and also
such traffic
people
on
pointed this out. They somehow they didn't have air ventilation at all. Like you think I'm lying, and apparently it's true. Like apparently
I do think
it's
you're
true.
lying. I think you're a leftist
They don't have
who
the only
hates
ventilation
progress.
they
I
have.
mean,
Yeah, the capitalism breeds innovation. Instead of literally doing anything else, actually literally anything else. Like if you
literally
put the
anything
bike
else other than making electric
like
cars.
if you, it's not. It's this is everything wrong with Elon Musk specifically.
You know what's crazy, dude? Is that some of the smartest people I know have your opinion, but then a lot of haters have your opinion. But some of the my buddy works in Silicon Valley, and he's worked at like Amazon and like Wikipedia, whatever. He hates Elon Musk, and I'm like, what do you mean? And he's basically someone who does real like tech work, and he's like, yeah, Elon Musk is like a salesperson. He's full of shit. So
yeah, I mean, he's right.
That hurts. But the guy,
why? Wait, say it. You have it. You own Tesla stock.
I don't have no Tesla stock. I don't care. Okay. I've just been in a Tesla. I think they're tight. It's a well-made car. I think he's cool.
Have you ever been in like a Bentley?
Right, but
or BMW. That's like
okay, but
60K.
also electric. Also electric. Like I mean, it's
yeah,
more
there are
than
electric
just that.
BMWs now.
Now there are because of Elon Musk, because he forced them to do it. They weren't going to do it.
I guess so. I guess because people are about like they used
he
to
forced their hands. Those greedy little pigs. They were in the pockets of the oil companies.
I guess technically, what he's done that like other companies didn't do before. He made like electric associated with luxury. So where before it was just like, oh, you care about the environment, have a like small, affordable, as much as it can be, electric car, right? So
Yeah.
it like Nissan Leaf, or stuff like this. I think a Nissan Leaf is not that small, but yeah, like Priuses, or like what's that called? Not
Prius. Yeah, Toyota Prius. Toyota has a Prius, and that's an electric car. Spark. It's like Chevy Spark, Prius. What's the Porsche called?
So
they probably have like some silly names. What's the Porsche electric car called?
yeah, so he made it
be
luxury all of a sudden.
Dude, not only luxury, but he forced everyone to put in the electrical outlets everywhere. Like, this is a lot of execution. This is a lot of work to get this done. I mean, it's not like,
yeah,
a lot of political shit against him. And then it's almost like he jumped in a game that's full of sharks, and then he had to become a bit of a shark and start taking the government grants, whatever. Porsche electric car name.
Do you know about the
Taycan? It's called the Taycan. Soul electrified.
Sure. That's the cool luxury one. That's the Porsche.
Porsche has announced the name of its first. Let's look up this one on YouTube. Let's see how it compares.
Do you know about South African apartheid state? Do you know the history?
I know a little bit, but I would love to hear about it more. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, so he's from South Africa, right? And
oh god, now we're getting into the hard lefty shit. Now you're gonna say that he did some slave shit.
Sure.
Oh my god, go ahead. Go ahead.
So everyone kind of heard about I hope maybe not everyone, but like everyone heard about his family owning a diamond mine, and potentially being from like slave labor. But if you don't really know the background of South African apartheid means in their like local
like apartheid means they took over like the white Dutch people took over South Africa.
It translates to segregated. Apartheid state. Okay. It would before the 80s, I think. They had a system that's like American Jim Crow segregation laws of black and white people, but like on steroids. Weirdly enough, like black people were after being colonized by Dutch and later by British, they were basically second-class citizens and kind of like slave.
Okay, but was Elon Musk? Are you saying Elon Musk is how is Elon Musk associated with this?
So get this, they just mostly like them. They were like slaves in their own land, and it was like insanely awful. But it kind of ties into because the prime economic benefit of status quo of apartheid state in what did you say? Not South America, South Africa.
Yeah.
Was diamond mining. So this was the industry. Was literally the industry where racism was like cultivated for and held as a system of government.
Fair enough. But I mean, Elon Musk is just born into that.
He's not just like randomly. But he plays into this. I'm a self-made billionaire, rich, smart boy from a poor family kind of image that all not all, but like most billionaires try to present and say about themselves. I'm so humble. I'm from a humble family, and now just sheer through my hard work, I am where I am right now. But here you go. He invested that money into actually buying a lot of. So the only thing he actually feasibly done in his career by himself, he coded some website that like his big idea,
PayPal,
like bank.
PayPal.
Well, PayPal existed. They bought his startup or whatever, and used it for. What is PayPal is known for like online banking. So he didn't start PayPal. And this is how he was actually been able to get fired from the board of directors later on in the PayPal in the PayPal's career. Okay, whatever. he was kicked out for some, I don't know why, actually. I didn't look into this from PayPal, because he didn't own majority of the stock. He was just like acquired, and he bought some stock from
really. He's not the main owner of.
No, he
founder.
didn't. See, like he kind of implies that he founds everything.
But I feel like Peter Thiel
he didn't found Tesla. He bought Tesla.
He did buy Tesla. I know that. I know he bought Tesla. Yeah.
But then,
he executed on making it a household name and bringing it out.
He put himself. He called his position founder. He didn't found it. He bought it. But his official position then was.
Yeah, but
within the
company. Are we nitpicking here?
Now.
Are we nitpicking?
No, I mean, it's not to say it doesn't affect directly whatever the company is doing. That's a whole separate conversation. And you see it. Like,
can he be a little cocky? Can he do a little bit for him? Can we do something for Elon? This guy is pulling us out of the. Possibly he's pulling us into the future with space exploration, with electric panels, with the cars, with boring. Well, not maybe with the boring company, but with those other 3 companies, he wants to take us into the future.
Okay, the scariest thing is actually, so this boring company, you know, is that the only thing they didn't have they didn't develop anything for the tunnels.
Yeah.
Like anything. It's just tunnels, no ventilation, even nothing. No, actually, even fire exits anywhere.
Yeah.
Just tunnels and Teslas.
Okay, fair enough. Like, I get it. You have, like, it's not perfect. He didn't do it perfect.
He commented on it at some point for some business thing, that he wanted to have Boring Company as like a trial run, subsidized test of his company developing how to drill tunnels, because he wants to implied here that he wants to drill on Mars. So they got the government's money to drill local government's money, I guess, in this case, like Vegas's money, to do these tunnels. They bought some LED strips. They sold them some Teslas, which is perfect. Guys, we have this project for you, and you won't believe it. This is quite a coincidence. You're gonna have to buy from us some Teslas, just as a side effect of this project. It's a total coincidence. It's nothing really to care about. So it's kind of a sounds like a scam. I believe you called out people for being scammers for less. I don't think
for less than Elon?
I do think that's accurate. And then
Elon, I think look. Here's the thing: you're gonna call, like, some of the things that you're calling a scam on the Elon level. The problem is that once you're in business with these sharks, you do have to remain competitive in that market. So, like, the idea that like GM and all the oil companies and everyone else. Oh, Tom Nash is actually back. Wow, we are going so long, but the fact that those companies, they all, Tom, I want to get your opinion on this, and then we're gonna do that last topic that we were gonna do with Tom, and then
my call got prolonged. Sorry, I don't mean to bother. Go ahead.
Yeah, all good, man. No, Tom, you know what was happening? Remember, I put in the document too. I was like, why do people hate Elon? Ed hates Elon. Hates.
Yeah, I hate him.
Ed, Tom, what are your thoughts from a financial perspective?
Let me just understand the source of the hate first before we go into.
Okay, great.
Can you explain why do you feel so strongly about Elon, Ed?
I mean, he's I'm gonna have to like recite all of the points again. He's kind of just.
By the way, you sound like you might be Russian.
I'm Ukrainian.
Neighbors.
It's the same thing.
I'll be right back. I gotta check on my mom.
I do have some relatives in
Откуда ты с Украины?
Russia.
Keep popping, baby.
Не говори, блядь, некрасиво.
Во Львове сейчас.
Львове, окей. Не матюкайся на стриме.
О, слушай, акцент у тебя?
А?
Акцент у тебя?
Да, у всех акцент. У меня еще.
А ты где вообще? В России или?
Не, не в России, уже много лет не в России.
Окей. А откуда здесь?
Оригинальный станап. Черное море.
А.
Ну, у меня семья в Донецке была. Я на Украине много был. Okay, so let's talk about Elon because there's like viewers here who don't understand what the fuck we're talking about. You know, some guy claimed I'm not really.
Like,
can you confirm that I'm really Russian? Because some guy claimed that I'm not.
Yeah, guys. He speaks with an accent now, but he is still Russian. He's like with an American accent.
But you can hear through the accent the actual original Russianness. You can't like.
Yeah, it's great. How do you keep like both? You're in the middle there. You're like in both languages. You're with an accent.
Yeah, I used to be bothered by it. Like Amish, you were gone earlier, so Ed, we were talking in Russian, and
sick.
So by the way, so we can talk about it later if Ed is here. I would be fascinated to talk about Ukrainian Russian issues. But Ed and I was talking in Russian, and he said, "Well, you have an accent in Russian," which I do because I haven't lived in Russian since I was a kid. But I also have an accent in English since I wasn't born in the US. So I have accents in both of my languages. I don't have a language where I don't have an accent. So it's actually a pretty cool insight. I didn't even think about it.
That's beautiful.
So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the people in Russia are like he is not one of us, and the people in England are like he's not one of us.
No. When I speak to Ed, he can hear I'm a Russian.
Yeah.
But he can hear I have a little accent. It's not like somebody like a Gruzinian with the Russian, like with the, you know what I'm saying?
Did you have you have more than a little? You're like you have like a pretty thick like American accent.
But you can hear I'm original Russian. You can hear.
I can hear.
Like,
I can.
Yeah,
I can.
so.
And I only know fake Russian. I only know like pretend like silly Russian.
No. Anyways,
And
so
it
he
sounds
was.
like
So basically, when I was younger, I used to be really bothered by that because I sound like. I don't sound American. I was trying to, improve my accent and shit.
Yeah.
And at some point, I realized when I was like in my teens, I can like, it doesn't really matter, bro. I got laid without, working on my accent.
No, it actually works. It's actually good to have an accent other than Indian.
Yeah, I've never cared. I was just basically, well, you know what? I can get laid without it, so fuck it. I just stopped working on it, and then never, like my accent has not improved since like 1998.
Wow, that's all it takes, eh? Just like someone had sex with you and like in bed, they were probably like, "I love your accent," and then it's like, and then Tom's like, "I will never change it. Thank you, darling. I will never change it. From Russia with love, darling." That's hilarious, dude. That's great. Yeah, embrace the accents. It's part of the identity. It's always, even when I go on resorts and like there's British girls at the resorts, they're like, "We love your accent." It's real.
You know what's
you
crazy
don't have
about
any
it?
accent, dude. Canadian.
You know what I want. So when I speak in Russian, like when I speak in English, I can hear my accent. When I speak in Russian, I hear zero accent. So it's like one of those sci-fi movies when somebody looks in the mirror and there's a completely different image. So I hear like perfect Russian, like in my head.
But the other people are like, "You are not one of us."
Yeah,
something is off with him, and you're like, "What? I sound normal."
I'm not even living abroad. I'm just so always online that like I speak like to my wife. We like half and half. I get like 40% time we say something in English, and 60% Ukrainian. So people who I don't speak to a lot, like they do say I have some weird American accent all of a sudden, and I don't hear it at all. They just say this to me, and I never been to any English speaking country. Even I just on the internet a lot.
Somebody said Putin took control of the drip. When you were gone, we were speaking Russian for a few minutes.
Yeah, for like a sentence.
That's awesome.
Not a sentence, more than a sentence. Anyways, so Ed, if you hear,
it was way deeper than a sentence.
Yeah, it was like many sentences.
That's great, dude. So, we support all cultures here, So it's like.
Wait,
it's like
I want to ask
flavor.
Ed a few questions. If he's here, he's like anti-Elon and shit, and he's Ukrainian.
Oh, you want to do? Let's do Elon, and then I wanted to do this as our last one. Then this
show him the clip. Show him the clip.
Wait, before you show me the clip.
Before we do that, is this?
I want to ask him a question.
Hold on, Elon related. Show him the. Okay.
I want to ask a Ukrainian related question. So Ed, you're like Russian or Ukrainian? Like which one are you?
I'm like Ukrainian Polish.
Okay, so Ukrainian for me, when like in Ukraine there's basically two sorts of people.
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm explaining to Amish. I know you know this shit.
Oh, sorry.
So basically, I'm explaining to Amish.
Sorry, I excluded.
Anyway, so in Ukraine, there's like Russians who live in Ukraine.
Right.
Like throughout the 90s, you've seen this open up, right? But the way the communist system used to work, they used to relocate people all over. So there's a lot of Russians who live in Ukraine. Yeah. Also, a lot of like nationalists, like original Ukrainians, and they have their own language, their own culture, and everything. So, and you never know because Ukrainians also speak fluent Russian and vice versa, but there's a lot of tension there. So for me, the craziest thing is when I hear Ukrainian, like my brain tells me you need to understand this, but I just can't understand. Like 30% of it is like, what the fuck? It sounds like horrible Russian to me.
Yeah, and it's also funny, right? It's like funny words that you would
funny Russian. Yeah, it's like if it's somebody who's like super drunk and just talked in nicknames and like just crazy, like it's just fucking weird. But I can understand it. I watched a whole press conference with Usyk after he beat Joshua. You remember that? And the whole press conference was in Ukrainian, and I watched the whole thing and I understood most of it, but it was freaking hard. So Ed, can you explain why do you hate Elon so much? Like, what's the source of this?
It seems like honestly, it does feel a little bit, Ed, like you're nitpicking.
Actually,
like,
I mean,
you're just taking little things that he did wrong, and you go, "Oh, look, this Hyperloop sucks," or whatever.
Very weirdly, like I would never expect you. Like I'm thinking less of you now, Amish. That's
to be a pro
it.
Elon.
Like,
to be a pro Elon.
Yeah, to be pro Elon. To be.
Look, I don't. I'm not hearing your points here. I mean, now, look, the guy made mistakes, right? Like, okay, fine. There's a traffic jam. I get it.
Let him make his case, though.
Okay, I'll try to make it short. Like, I didn't hate him more than other billionaires. Well, I guess he's like the billionaire now, right? Because his like stock is overinflated, and now he's the richest man alive at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, watch this. Look at this clip.
So this is an example.
Boring companies, and this signifies everything that's wrong with Elon Musk specifically, but like more in general with American kind of problem solving. So instead of having a train or a bus system, or even like monorails are kind of a weird solution that like never worked, but even that would be better, preferable to this. He made initial, and I was explaining this to Amish. In the initial concept, if you've seen that one, was like a railing system. You would put your car, you would get in a car on this platform, and it would drive around in the tunnel, right? And then they downscaled, and all of a sudden it was just Teslas, and you get into this guiding system instead that uses your engine to drive you around in the tunnel on the guiding kind of platform. And then they downscaled again, and it's like, oh, it's going to be fully automated, fully AI driven Teslas in a tunnel. And then they eventually, this is the final version, it's just a tunnel, it's only Teslas. You can only go in it in a tunnel, right? So it's not like a car, it's not like an underground road or whatever. You cannot really switch lanes, you just can go in and out of the station or whatever. You have to order a driver, you can't go through on your own car. It has to be Teslas. And the top speed is like 50 kilometers per hour, 30 miles per hour. And but it has RGB, so they got a bunch of great publicity out of it, and they got a bunch of support on the internet, and everyone made memes and NFTs, which is hilarious. Of Hyperloop, it's so cool. It has a hip new name, Hyperloop. It's actually like, it's, if you try to imagine the least efficient method of getting around, this would be lower than walking, basically, because when you walk through the tunnel, yes, you're slower than 50 kilometers per hour, but like a bunch of people can walk at the same time. This is just, you have to space them out. This is the worst. And it's similar to in a way to his other projects.
So can you tell me what's your issue with, like, I mean, Hyperloop, it seems kind of like a pet project, right? Didn't he open source that motherfucker?
Yeah.
No, that's the different one, actually. There was like a Hyperloop train looking thing, but it was supposed to be basically the story with that one was like, let's make high-speed rail, like other countries do, but privatized. So he was like, it's gonna be one basically one trolley, one part of the train, but it's gonna go very, very fast. And they tried that and they failed. Like, as always, they just try it out and they fail, and they were like, fuck it, let's open source it. And now there are like 3 or 5 different companies. They call themselves Hyperloop because they picked up the project, and they keep like finding investors, right? So they're like, oh, look at this train we're making. In like 5 years, it's actually gonna be able to go places for sure, guys. And this is his I guess it is kind of his pet project, but the promise was like,
but Ed, can he try
originally
something? It didn't work. Like, I mean,
what's
he's doing his best.
You need to also realize that this was a use of public funding. This wasn't his own investment.
Is it a public company, Ed? Is it a public company?
No. It was.
He gets grants.
It was bought by like by public funding. I mean like government purchased this whole. Nevada paid for it.
Nevada.
Yeah, it's a private company, but he gets a lot of government contract. But dude, building roads, the government pays for building roads. If this is a way of
but roads are not. It's like, it's basically like, this is what it is really. Like Elon's like, it's the Elon road. And
I think we
Elon
can agree
roads,
to
they're only Elon owned Teslas, and
Ed,
they can only be by drivers.
Let me ask you a question.
This is a scam.
Okay, so let's agree right now that this loop, whatever, I don't know if it's even is it incorporated into a company? I don't know. So let's agree that this loop is total trash, which I agree.
Which
fine.
So
fine.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, fine. It's total trash.
I agree with you. It doesn't make no sense.
Okay.
So what do you think about the actual projects where he has either public funds, which is Tesla, or heavy private equity, which is SpaceX? Those are the ones I think he invests most of his time in. So what do you think about those two?
Well, what do you mean by invest his time in?
Well,
those are his passion projects, whereas these are kind of side projects.
No, it's not about passion. It's about it's okay. Hold on a second. There's 2 companies which he is the CEO of. 2. One is Tesla. One is SpaceX. He actually spoke about it on a few occasions that he invests about 60 or 70% of his time to SpaceX and about 40 to 30% of his time in Tesla. So he's managing these 2 companies. So I'm just curious to see and actually hear your critical opinion of SpaceX and Tesla, because those are the companies that have the big investment of either public money and private equity.
Well,
so
my
what about
critical
those?
opinion of SpaceX.
Hey, Amish, can you take this comment from my face, bro? It's literally like
oh, my bad. Yeah. No, I got
covering
you.
him.
I got you, baby. Hold up. You know
what
I'm
need
gonna
to see the Adidas tracksuit, bro.
Bear market. All right, let's do that.
You're the worst technical guy ever, bro.
No. You know what? Why don't we just do this? Bing bang and God is
I didn't even have a camera.
This guy doesn't have a camera.
Bing bang, bada boom.
StreamYard does it all.
I didn't know. Like SpaceX didn't like fail yet, but the whole concept, of course, is pretty. You know that like astronomers
What do you mean
hate it.
didn't fail yet? Are they not? You would not say this is successful?
Yeah, you know, a lot of times, Ed, I just feel like you're shitting on the guy for trying something very original and then it doesn't work.
Wait,
and it's
hold
like,
on,
oh, he's so
trying. But
stupid.
Amish, I mean, SpaceX actually sent people into space, and
Yeah.
have landed
I
on-
mean, it didn't. It
so
didn't
it's-
fail. Like in my eyes,
I don't think either of them failed.
Hyperloop failed. Okay, in my, for example, right? This boring company. This is like. This should be replaced with some sort of weird
Yeah, but we're not talking about the
system.
loop. Let's talk
Okay?
about SpaceX and Tesla.
But SpaceX is not like it's in a way like succeeding for now, right? So it's it does what it's supposed to do. It launches rockets and like cool. It's not on Elon specifically. This is one of the things, like he doesn't do engineering. He doesn't he kind of claims to do some of it, but he really doesn't. He doesn't have a degree in it.
Wait,
and,
hold on a second, Ed. Let me ask you a
it's a
question
complete-
here. I'm not sure I follow. So can we, like, this is
like
the
it's
company.
fine.
Hold on a
The
second.
SpaceX
So
specific.
he's the CEO of both. He's the founder of one and legally the founder of Tesla as well, which is questionable because he booted the previous founders out. But I mean, that's they actually sued him in the court, basically determined he should be named founder. So that's who cares? I don't give a shit. But SpaceX, he's the CEO. Let's give him credit. You know, it's. I mean, I don't care if he's the engineer or the fucking, you know, the busboy. He's the CEO, so he gets credit. So the way I see it is, you know, they innovate. They've put literally people multiple times into space. They've used reusable fucking rockets to land back on Earth, bro, which seems to be kind of innovative without me having any sort of background in engineering. Definitely, I have no background in engineering at all. It seems like they've done something that NASA has consistently failed at for decades, bro. So
well, NASA was like underfunded.
It is what it is.
This guy's doing grants. Like, you're criticizing him for taking a grant.
But I'm saying, like, SpaceX is private money.
Yeah, it's
for the most part.
Sure.
And people are basically trying to fight over the right to put more money into SpaceX.
Well, you need to realize that
equity.
It's the same people. Like, he basically now owns where previously NASA existed, and well, it still exists, but really it was underfunded and failed because people who worked there weren't given like resources, or people who wanted to work there weren't given resources to do what they want to do. Now the only difference is like it's the same people who used to work in NASA and stuff like that, or would work there, but now they work for a private company to privatize space exploration. I know that like in general it's kind of hard to prove this point, but people who work in that industry, like astronomers, do hate the privatization of
I don't think it's a valid argument, bro, because like we'd need to see some evidence of this, empirical evidence of people, basically what amount of people in the industry are saying that. And it's a very general statement to say, well, people in the industry
I know.
hate...
Well, you know, I didn't prepare for like a debate on.
No, I'm not debating. I'm just trying to figure it out. Listen, the way I look at it,
but that's one.
Basically,
okay,
well, hold on.
Okay,
Let me ask you a
what's the thing?
Wait,
okay,
wait. Hold on, boy. Hold on a second. We're not debating. I'm just trying to understand what your stance is. So you don't need to fight for your right to speak. You'll have plenty. I'm not going to shut you up. So I'm just trying to understand. So I'm still trying to figure out. So we agreed that this loop bullshit is total garbage. So complete agreement there. So I don't think people really associate him with this, because I think compared to what Tesla has done and SpaceX has done and the amount of money invested in both of these, this loop thing, I don't know, it's total trash. I don't know how much money went into this thing, but it's a total flop. But I'm still trying to figure out, like, what's your complaint against SpaceX? So SpaceX, the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So they've taken over public resources that were allocated to NASA.
My complaint is not.
Hold on a second. Let me finish at least my point, and then you can address.
Okay.
So basically, they've taken over responsibilities that were under the public domain, right? They've used private money, and they've basically succeeded in every single mission so far.
Yeah.
And they've done something that I mean, if I would have told you like 15 years ago, reusable rockets that basically land back to Earth, especially as a Russian, like that's science fiction. Like we've been. So I'm saying, like, what's the problem with SpaceX?
my criticism of Musk is not necessarily of like what's his company is doing or the success of it. It's more like it's basically me critiquing. Imagine like me critiquing Bill Gates, and you're saying, "Well, look, Microsoft Word works just fine. Like it's a great product," or like Windows works just fine. It's a great product. Yeah, maybe, but like. First of all, the end goal of the product, like in his companies in general, and what's where it leads the entire industry and the world, and also
it's like you're choosing to hate him a little bit.
Wait, but he's in his right to just say I don't fucking like the guy.
Yeah, you can just say you don't like the guy.
But it's fair.
But it does seem like you've chosen not to like him, and now you're looking for ways to be like, no, he did that. You know.
But it's more also like if everyone would just shut up about it, and it's just another billionaire who owns this company and does this and does that and owns stuff like they do. Like it is, I wouldn't pick on Elon Musk specifically. To like people don't like Jeff Bezos generally, right? But like Amazon works. I don't know. You can. Oh, look, it makes profits. Like cool.
It does, but I feel like Elon Musk is making incredible products. Like I mean, he's pushed us with the electric car and the space.
This is the issue I see. Like
I understand now what Ed's point is.
His products are not incredible. His products are often average, and sometimes
they live on government funding a little bit.
They fail.
That's not true. Factually, by the way,
entirely.
what you just said right now, Amish.
What
his products
live on?
No, it's not true.
I don't think they do it, but like Ed was saying that a lot of he takes a lot of government subsidies.
Well, I've heard,
he does get a lot of government
specifically it takes like green energy subsidies.
Who?
It's incorrect. Elon Musk,
Tesla.
no.
Tesla, it's not government. You know how these subsidies work, right? It's from the other.
No,
I can explain in a second. I'll explain. Anyways, so his problem, Ed, correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you mean like tokens? You mean like
No. I think what Tom's saying is that the other car companies have to pay him.
No, there's two issues. There's two types, and on both it's
buy.
incorrect. There's government grants and there's the credits. So I'll talk about it in a second. So Ed, I think, confirmed this for me. Ed has more of a problem with how people idolize Elon. They look at him as some sort of a savior or a saint, more than Elon himself or his companies. He's basically saying,
but that's on him too personally. Like he cultivated this, he knows what he's doing, and historically this is what billionaires do. And you can see so what Bill Gates done for himself. He used to be hated. He was hated, whatever. He was hated in the 90s. He was known as this ruthless copyright guy who makes Windows and monopolizes, and he was sued because of his web browser and stuff like that.
But now he puts on this sweater and he looks
what
like
did Elon do to create this personality cult? What's on him? I guess which part is on him and which part is on just people just assuming shit about him? And
mostly like all of the publicity he produces. All of the there is like a cycle of promises, and then like mostly there's promises and the grand visions and all of the headlines about Elon Musk's companies and what he does as like a personality, and of course like his internet activity. He tries to do all of these appearances and appeal to audience of like entrepreneurs on the internet.
That's just being like marketing. Like what's what? Yeah, like I don't.
Branding.
Yeah,
no, like why am I here? For example, I'm here to increase my personal brand. I want to get seen. Of course, I want to help Amish.
Sure, but you're not popping up on like Joe Rogan show talking about.
If he would have invited me, I would have come.
Yeah,
bro.
of course. And Tom Nash is going to go and be like, "I am the best financial guru in the whole internet." You got to sell yourself.
Wait. So well done. This is fascinating.
Sure,
really
but billionaires don't do that generally, and he cultivate. So what are you saying? You're saying like it's not like on him; it's people around him who idolize.
No, it sounds like you're saying that. It's basically you're getting upset by people treating him as if you would have. It sounds like you would have zero issues with him if people looked at him like Steve Ballmer or or even the Bezos, or even the owner
No,
of Wish,
I wouldn't.
or
I
anybody with
wouldn't
just
have
a rich
a
guy,
zero
just being a rich
issues.
guy.
I would just lump him into the category of like rich goals. Sure.
Yeah,
I
regular
would hate.
billionaire. Okay,
I would hate
so
him for other reasons, but for actual sure. But he would just be in that category. But the thing that he does with his like presence on the internet is kind of this fake futurism is dangerous. I think.
like what? Give me an example.
Dangerous, but like, why is it dangerous?
No, what is it? What can we get like an? I honestly am trying to understand. Like, what can you give me like an example of something he said or did that created or emphasizes this? Because all I see from him on Twitter is just fucking memes and jokes, bro.
Yeah, he's just joking.
What about this whole weird AI concern?
Oh wait, hold on a second, hold on.
Summer he thinks that we could be.
Wait, hold on. Look in the comments.
Summer Buran was a Russian idea to be reusable way before SpaceX.
Yeah, but he's talking about Ed, you know what the Buran is, right?
No.
No, it's Buran.
Buran is the Russian space shuttle.
Right.
So it failed because it was a great project, but it got created just as the Soviet Union was breaking apart.
Yes.
So it never happened. But it's essentially, it's not what Tesla. It's a space shuttle. It wasn't anything that Tesla is doing or SpaceX is doing. It was basically a space shuttle, much like NASA had.
Yeah.
What it's Buran versus reusable rockets is a completely different discussion. Summer, I'm sorry, but you have to read up on Buran a little bit. I used to be obsessed about the Buran. It's such a beautiful thing, bro.
I do think I do think we need to have a little respect for Elon for being able to execute, though. Like, I think Tom, you were kind of moving towards that. The guy can execute on a project. Like, I'm talking about getting electric cars to the market, getting the network of electrical things up.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not easy to do. You have to fight. You have to get in the game. You have to get some government grants. Nothing's going to be perfect. You know what I mean? Sometimes you see an opportunity for a side project where you're like, oh, we're going to do these underground tunnels and do whatever. Okay, didn't work, failed on that.
God, they got you.
But overall,
you're
I mean,
football.
He's got two great companies that he's CEOing, and he's not like hurting anyone. He's I do think he's like it's not easy to execute. I think Ed, you are missing that. Like, the guy can execute.
Ed, look at my balls.
This is not balls, dude. This is some.
What is this? This is American football, not the European.
Yeah, this is
but I was making jokes.
This is fake
look
football.
At my balls.
Yeah.
No, those are actually licensed Wilsons, bro.
Oh, so you watch football? You're a big football fan,
bro? Are you kidding me? I went to Michigan just for the football, bro.
Oh, your accent is so Russian though that I forget. I can't believe that first girl who had sex with you was just such an influence, eh? You're just
the cognitive dissonance.
Talking like my voice is so beautiful.
The cognitive dissonance of the way my psyche works right now versus how I sound, it's so painful, bro. For I guess people who don't know.
So you're basically saying you're like the whitest guy. You're like the whitest American guy in the world, and then but I have this accent took like.
Oh, someone donated about me. Can I respond?
Yes.
Yes, I am a SJW, and you're probably back in like 2016 with SJW hysteria.
Vincent DePaul, yeah.
No, but I don't think there's any issues with SJW.
Top SJW.
No, a lot of people don't like Elon Musk, you know. And even Georgic said, give us $20, and he said, "Hey, Scavenging Tom, if you want anti-Elon position, check out Common Sense Skeptic videos." I've seen his videos. Here, I'll show you guys again. I've seen his videos.
His videos have been debunked multiple times.
I mean, they're not that. They're okay. They're kind of just like
Hold on a second. Yeah, but I want to go back to something. So Ed is making a point here. I don't think Ed is.
Wait, let me give you an example.
Okay, give me an example. Give me an example.
I said this is damaging, right? So
okay.
Yeah. So he spends his time. I guess one example is a bunch of his bullshit, and like in every interview, he makes it seem as if he knows something about AI, even though he clearly doesn't, or like endless talk about computer generated realities. Are we in real blah blah blah? Are we in simulation? He multiple times. This is pretty damaging. He multiple times was like, we don't need to worry about atomic power and atomic bombs. We need to worry about AI getting out of control. Which is like when he talks more about AI, and I researched into this topic for some other issue, this one's like it's pretty clear to him that he doesn't know what is AI, and well, there is actually. He apparently reads this weird author. I didn't remember his name, and I guess I would have to like look it up after the show. But there is some almost like Amish, almost like
Sam Harris does this too. Sam Harris is scared of like ringing the alarm bells for AI and saying like AI is going to destroy us or whatever.
There is this weirdo author who's almost like a weird guru who believes into like science fiction concepts. To him are almost like a religion that he believes in. And apparently Elon Musk, his fan, and he just without like citing anything, he repeats claims from
this guy,
non-scientific guy.
Okay, but now you're criticizing him for having maybe a genuine concern about AI, which Sam Harris does too. A lot of other scientists do too.
This is
like, what if he has a genuine concern about it? He's worried about. Well, maybe he loves humanity so much.
Harris, okay?
He loves humanity, dude. He sacrificed himself to be this guy who does electric cars or whatever.
Okay, but did you actually hear him talking about this? He just says like the stupidest, the most like basic things about AI, and they can just all be written off as okay. What about the statement? Oh, I'm concerned about AI, and we should be concerned about the uprising of AI over the atomic power. And
I know a lot of people who believe that though. They make a good point about AI could take us over. Like if China gets AI before us, we're screwed because it's just such a powerful weapon. Like it could be.
What do you mean gets AI? What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Like AI is such a huge concept. Like when you click on the thing on the internet, it's controlled by AI. You know.
I guess so. I'm talking about actual intelligent like beings or intelligent like.
Well, that's where the discussion kind of begins, because there are types of AI, and there is so-called. And I'm not prepared for this. General AI intelligence. Which
by
is
the
like
way, this is incorrect.
SpaceX
is not almost bankrupt. I don't know where he's taking this information.
I don't know where that's coming. Cody.
They just got a round of funding and got a lot of shekels in, bro.
No, I mean that's what I respect about him. It's just the general ability to execute on these big projects.
Is like a pipe dream of AI being like a person and stuff like that, and that's not really a thing, and it's not going to be a thing for a while. And he just complains about this for like no reason. And then his things with Mars and like a bunch of publicity about how he will not keep like basically he wants to have a colony on Mars that doesn't upholden by
why can't he dream? Why can't he dream?
Yeah, it's a privatized colony that doesn't have any Earth laws, so it's not going to be like any American laws. It's not going to be any special like pre-made so imagine you're going on Mars you're like a biologist or some shit like that, and you're just gonna live there in isolation. Or it's a colony. It's like imagine it's like 100,000 people, and Elon Musk is like your now just like emperor.
I think it's a stretch, bro.
I mean, I think that's a stretch.
No,
that's like why would he?
That's not necessarily a stretch.
Imagine there's a game with outs right now. You know the game Cyberpunk 2077?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
So you know in the ending of Cyberpunk, the ending scene, like whatever ending you get, there's an ending where spoilers ahead. If you haven't played, the game is out.
I'm not gonna play it. It's too long. It looks so cool though. I do like it. I don't know why I don't play it.
I finished the game and I'm playing the second time around now. So basically, there's an ending where there's like 12 different endings. One of the endings, the Emperor Saburo Arasaka basically reincarnates his consciousness into his son, overriding his son. Because his son tried to double cross him.
Oh, really?
That's so funny.
It's a really cool ending, bro.
That's your ending?
That's so good.
That's the ending I got initially, and I was bummed out because I wanted the ending where he gets the girl and just goes into the sunset. I'm such an American. I want the American ending.
Dude, you are American. Yeah, if you were Russian as you sound, you would like the dad taking over the son's brain.
Listen, they gave me the French ending. So in my ending, I had 6 months to live, nothing to do, and the fucking world collapsed. I was like, this is the French ending. Give me the American one.
Wow, it's like some art film ending.
So I started a whole new campaign. I was like, I will not be denied. I want that chick, that ending in that house.
Sick, dude. You know what? You know what you want, baby. Yo, let's move on to our last topic.
Yeah, let's move. Ed, thank you for this. This has been
Ed, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Not a debate. Was just fascinated to hear your opinion, bro.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. I'm always down to
what's your opinion though? Like you're trying to be neutral, but what's your opinion on Elon Musk?
Okay, my opinion. Okay, so I think is extremely innovative. I'm a heavy Tesla investor for years now, and I've seen how I think how with Tesla, I'm not so into SpaceX. I don't understand enough about the engineering side of it. I just look from the side, and I understand money. So I used to work in the financial industry. So I have friends who are trying to basically get some money into SpaceX. It's impossible because institutionals are basically buying up every time they have a private offering. So now there's a lot of institutional money in SpaceX. So and they usually don't put money in inefficient enterprises unless they. It's kind of an indicator that they know SpaceX is going to be extremely profitable. With specifically Tesla, where I have my money in, most of my interest, and him as the CEO of Tesla. So I can talk about. I don't know the guy. He might be a douchebag. I don't give a shit. As the CEO of Tesla, I think he's done a phenomenal job because what he's achieved basically is creating an auto company that has put every single other auto OEM, original equipment manufacturer, in a death stranglehold. Essentially, what Tesla has done is imagine this. No, I'm not. I don't give a shit. Wait. I can. It's like MJ, right? Michael Jordan. Everybody knows he was a douchebag, gambler. He treated his teammates like shit. He was a horrible person, but he's the GOAT as the basketball player. So I don't know Elon personally. I don't care. As the CEO of Tesla, what he's done is something very interesting. So hold on, let me finish. No, I'll tell you the roadmap. So because I'm a Tesla investor, I have a lot of money in Tesla.
Tell us.
So what he did with Tesla is basically created the situation where he's created a whole new industry, which is now EVs are as the fastest growing industry in the auto category, and his competitors are not able to compete with him because they still have to service combustion engine basically production.
And God is great.
So basically his competitors, the Germans, the French, even the US, the GM, the Fords and whatever, they all have a ball and chain tied to them, which is the combustion engine industry. They have to produce, service, and basically maintain it. So their resources are limited going into EVs, because if they completely cut loose of the combustion engines and go full on EV like he does, they basically cut the cash flow to zero right now because they have none. I mean, GM tried to put out a few EVs. It didn't. So basically, they have to maintain combustion engines, ICE cars,
while learning
this. Well, he's amazing. There's this thing called Wright's Law. I suggest you guys read about it. Wright's Law. That's the guy from Intel. He. Anyways, so Wright's Law is basically how fast you're advancing in the machine that's building the machine. So his pace of basically breaking apart the gap from the competitors is quite significant. Now he's already and he's put a lot of money into infrastructure as far as supercharger network,
like Elon do.
Essentially, right now, I think it would be really hard to not see Tesla. Like if you look at Norway, Sweden, like all these Scandinavian countries. They're already Tesla is the most sold cars there, no matter what. Like not just EVs, it's the best selling car. Period. Model 3s.
Sick.
This month we just heard
it, dude.
In the UK. What you fucking chillax? In the UK.
No, I get excited, man. I get excited. The guy can execute.
You're not an investor. Why are
in
you
the
excited?
UK? So in the UK. Last month, for the first time, Tesla Model 3 was the best selling car in the UK. As a vehicle, no matter. So slowly, Tesla is, especially like, which is something that a lot of people don't realize. Tesla has a whole different business, which is the energy business. They build batteries, large scale industrial batteries, and that business is basically slowly ramping up.
And God is great.
I think as a CEO of Tesla, he went through some tough times, and he did something that has not been done for centuries, which is start an auto company and survive. Right now, he's at about he's just shy of 1 million vehicles in 2021. They did 940,000 vehicles. They'll do 1.6, 1.7 next year, and 3 million the year after that. He's ramping up quickly. At this point, it's going to be very difficult to argue that he has not done a good job as the Tesla CEO. If you have issues with him on a personal level, or basically him having a cult status, I don't understand people who decry him, to be honest, as well. I don't give a shit. I don't think he's my savior. I think he's a fucking brilliant CEO. He's made me a lot of money.
He definitely can get it done, man.
If not for all of the stunts, like aside, like if he only, because okay, like there is no doubt, if that's the case, if you're like as an investor, like you're saying that he's doing a great job making money for you. Of course, like cool, he does his job. Do you think he would be without his weird stunts that are unrelated to his essentially job? Well, they are related because I guess
they bring attention.
People, they bring attention into being an investor, right? But if he didn't do all of that weird shit, like if he didn't create Hyperloop and didn't go on every available podcast talking about AI, not knowing about AI at all, and didn't do a bunch of side projects, would he have any sort of cult status at all?
You know where his cult status is coming from? So I'll tell you what I think, where it started, and why I think people love Elon for that reason. So Elon started a company called X.com. I don't know if you guys remember that. Nobody knows X.com. So X.com merged.
So many companies, this guy.
No. So X.com merged with another company, and him and a guy by the name of Peter Thiel.
Oh, right. Okay.
Created the company out of that merger called PayPal.
Yeah.
And PayPal was an extremely successful company because the main thing that they solved was basically creating a way to software solve fraud and not have a person basically go through every single transaction. It was pretty cool, actually. So him and Peter created that company, and they sold it. They made a lot of money, and then he had, I don't know, I think $80 million, whatever, like an obscene amount of money. At this point, any reasonable person, if you got $80 million, you buy a lot of real estate, and you basically, live like a millionaire and just go crazy, right? Mai Tais on the porch, like OnlyFans girls, like Coke, whatever, right? So what he did with the 80 million, he's basically put everything in fucking SpaceX and Tesla.
That's what I mean when I said he sacrificed himself. Someone was laughing at me earlier for saying he sacrificed.
I don't know if he sacrificed himself,
but he gave all his money to that stuff.
Dude, this is hilarious.
Wait, hold on. So all I'm saying, my argument isn't that he sacrificed himself or not. I'm just saying, if I was his financial advisor, I would have told him in like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I don't remember when that happened exactly. I would have told him, listen, Elon, those two companies you just put everything you have into are not the best economic investment for you.
100%.
In fact, I think you lose money, because I think a rocket company and an electric vehicle company, there's better investments out there for you. Just buy Google stock, Microsoft stock, S&P 500, whatever. And the fact that he did that for whatever reason, I don't know what was his reasoning. He might be a psychopath. I don't know why. But the fact that he did not an economic choice, I think that's where the cult started, that people started saying, well, this guy is not financially driven. Because I can tell you one thing, whatever you want to say about Elon, that investing 80 million into SpaceX and Tesla, like so long ago, these were not financially driven decisions.
It is like sacrificing himself. It is like, I mean, it worked out in the end. He made it work.
Yeah,
like, it wasn't easy. It wasn't like the day one he made it all pop.
I mean, I have a theory. What happened? I think he just lived a crazy life. Like he was born into a rich family, which he often denies, but he was.
But do you know any?
I haven't seen.
He never felt insecure financially. He sees his money
I've never
only
heard
as a tool.
But Ed, I know a lot of rich kids. They can't pull this off. It's not easy to pull off, even if you're a rich kid.
Hold on a second.
Not that I even think he is.
I don't know. The thing is that people are saying this emerald mine thing. He's saying that it's false. I haven't seen evidence one way or the other if he was rich or not. He's claiming that he wasn't. He said, "Listen, I came to the U.S. I had lots of student debt. I wasn't a rich kid. I was."
I think it's obvious that he made his money off of PayPal anyway. PayPal's $80 million payout. I mean, you don't need rich parents on top of that. It's not like it costs a lot of money to invest.
He's talking about the background. He's talking about like he came from.
Sure. But PayPal itself, he didn't have to invest a lot of money in it.
No, I mean, he doesn't feel insecure like what you feel when you lose your job. He wouldn't. He never felt he's in his life. He never was at that like normal level. He always was kept above. And then for him to use, I have, cool, lol, I have a bunch of millions. Let me do something fun with it. This is what he decided to do. I don't think he was this genius. He thought, maybe cars will be electric someday. Let me invest money into that, and that's it. Like, it's not saying that he sacrificed everything or sacrificed himself is just frankly hilarious. Because what are you then when you pick a new job for yourself and you go sign the resume, you're like, I'm sacrificing everything I have.
Well, it's a big risk. It's a big risk. As Tom said, like, it would have been better to just invest in stocks. But he said, no, I want to make a difference in the world. I want to try out this electric car thing. I want to try out like a rocket company. It's not good. It's not good, like, financially. If you're just a greedy guy who just cares about money, it's true. I mean, Tom, you just said this. It's like,
just buy real estate.
Buy real estate and go have sex with people. Like, go buy hookers. This is what.
Or not even people. AI. You can have AI bots.
You can have an AI bot or whatever it is you want.
Well,
he wanted to do something cool, and he spent all of his money. And I do remember that in some documentaries where, like, he spent all of it. Like, he didn't put, like, let me put aside 10 million for myself, like, just in case. He probably put a couple $100,000 aside, maybe. But it was like, out of the 80 million, all of it's going into this cool shit. Unlike, this guy just said, Dan Bilzerian.
Bro, I'm not going to Mars. I'm telling right now. No amount of money, I'm going to that colony, bro. I don't know the kind of people that would go to this place. I don't want to be with them
Mars
over there,
sucks,
bro.
dude. Well, it's not going to be good for another 20 years.
If you know about,
it's for people who want to suffer.
about conditions on like Tesla factories, you don't want to go to Mars.
Brought it back.
Especially if you're black.
Brought it back.
Wait, Ed, thank you so much.
Ed,
this
has
been
so much.
A lot of fun.
Let's do. Okay, wait. I did want to ask you about this one though, and I feel like now
Ed go. Ed staying or going?
No, Ed staying. Ed staying. I wanted to share this last story because, and I feel like Ed. Now we're gonna switch teams. Now Ed is on. Ed's gonna be on my team based on what you said off the top, Tom. Because Tom, this whole thing of inflation, of blaming inflation on, like, printing money or putting out all these social programs. I think Ed and I agree that, like, it does seem like bullshit. And this podcast that I sent you, they kind of make this point. So let's play the beginning of this, and then Tom, tell me the rebuttals that you have, because I feel like you were ready to go.
I don't know if I want to rebuttal, but let's hear it. Okay.
If we lose this debate right now, for the next several decades, they're going to use this pandemic and fuel the narrative that what caused the inflation of the pandemic was the spending on poor children.
Right.
And that's why we shouldn't do it.
For people, the leftist among us, not to be screaming at the top of their lungs, feels politically negligent and unethical.
The standard approach is a dead-end street that blames everything on progressive public policies that actually improve quality of life and democratize the system. And who's defending those policies? I call them the gatekeepers in the economics profession, the gatekeepers in the political system. Do whatever it takes. Just don't touch my powerful friends, and don't change
Larry
the structure of the system.
I am extremely glad today to be joined by.
So, Tom, you were saying that because I feel like I've had this debate with Steven too, where a lot of this kind of stuff, like UBI, printing money, whatever, it just gets automatically blamed as, like, this is why we have inflation now. But these guys actually spend this is a good podcast where they explain kind of like how it might be some irrational thinking, like just printing money doesn't necessarily cause the inflation. It could be other factors, like, short supply shortages, other COVID issues. What do you think of that?
So how do you think, can you explain to me how printing money does not cause inflation?
I'm not saying it does. Like, I guess technically it would have to. It's just like the simple answer.
No, just the argument. The argument would be what?
No, I mean, definitely printing does, actually. It does. It's just a matter of, like, where's the majority of it coming from? Like printing would technically have to cause some inflation because you're printing a little more. But it's like, I don't think the majority of our inflation right now, like these guys are saying too, the majority of our inflation right now is not coming from printing. It's coming from like supply issues and stuff like that.
Okay, so let's talk about numbers a little bit. I don't know. Okay, so can we agree that printing money, adding money to the system causes inflation? Because can you define it? Okay, let's define what is inflation, right? So inflation. Can you take off this fucking buffoon's name? Fucking Dan.
What? Which guy's name?
Dan. I want to see his name, bro. Put his name on my podcast, bro.
Here.
Fucking
yeah, I know
clown.
you've made like 10 videos on him, so you know
he knows who I am.
You're
bro.
sick of him.
He claims he doesn't. I have a guy who met him in the party. He claimed he doesn't know who I am.
Dan who?
Never mind.
Bilzerian,
bro. Some fucking Rambo wannabe pretend like he think.
The one that got arrested and.
No. Fucking bro. Anyways, listen. Okay. So let's talk about what inflation is. So inflation essentially, if we don't go into deep nerd land, inflation can be easily defined if the ability of your purchasing power going down, right? So inflation basically means that if your buck doesn't go as long as it used to go, right? Simple. Let's use like simple definitions so we don't go like deeper.
Yeah.
So whatever you could buy for $100 6 months ago, you can't buy for the same $100 this month. Like for example, right? The CEO of General Motors in fucking 1975 used to make $150,000, right? And it was like the highest paid CEO in the industry. Right now, $150,000 is like year one legal fucking guy from in a good law firm like a Sullivan Cromwell, Scott and Art.
Right. So there's definitely inflation, like just kind of happening in general.
Yeah, inflation is happening, and if in fact it's healthy to an extent, because inflation is also growth, and there's a lot of like controlled inflation.
3% a year is like
anywhere.
standard?
It depends on which country, but between 2 and 4% is considered healthy inflation. It's good.
Beautiful.
It's growth and whatever. So we know inflation basically means that right now your money is not giving you the same amount of services and goods as it used to give to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how inflation is created? Inflation is created because there is no reason for this computer or this camera or this microphone to cost more than it used to cost, right? If it's the same materials, the same employees, the same production, it should cost ideally the same. Why is inflation getting created, right? Why would there be an erosion of prices? Well, there would be an erosion of prices for two reasons. For example, like you mentioned earlier, one example would be supply chain shortages. If, for example, there's not enough raw material to make this mic, and there's the same amount of demand, obviously the manufacturers will raise prices. Of course, it's only natural.
Yeah.
It's just the rules of economics, macroeconomics 101.
Yeah.
The other reason comes from the supply side, from the demand side. Sorry. So we were talking about supply side. Let's talk about the other side, demand side. We're going to lose like half our viewers through discussion. So if we go through the demand side, if all of a sudden this expensive mic, we all can afford it, then all of us are trying to buy this mic, and there's more of us, but the same quantity of mics on the market.
Yeah.
Basically, the manufacturer is going to say, well, there's 100 people who want to buy these 20 mics. Well, I'm going to raise the prices, obviously. So that happens. The demand side inflation happens when you just put more money into the system.
Sure.
It's the classic example of.
But is it inflation though? Can you call it inflation?
Hold on. Yes, you can call it inflation.
Okay.
But so there's a classic example of the carpenter and the pool guy, and everybody's now driving a Ferrari, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So inflationary pressures get created from basically two areas. One is supply side, one is demand side. Imagine a perfect storm where they come from both sides. When you have supply chain issues that are created because people can't go to work,
right,
and because lack of planning,
shipping containers,
whatever, like a fucking ship getting stuck for 2 months in the Suez Canal, blocking the world's fucking pipeline.
Yeah.
Okay, so So imagine that massive supply chain shortages and the US printing 80% of the all-time dollars printed in the past year and a half.
80 or 60? 80?
80%. 80% of the dollar was printed in the past.
Jesus.
That's so nuts, dude. And Biden had to print that.
Okay. So 80% of all US dollars were printed in the last 22 months. Okay. We went from 4 trillion in January 2020 to 20 trillion in October 2021. So imagine that amount of money getting pumped into the system while there's literal shortages that are inhibiting me from creating more goods. So that creates a clusterfuck. Basically, that creates massive inflationary pressures on the market. Now, there's two camps basically standing around and analyzing what's going on. There's a camp standing on one side and saying, this is transitory. By transitory, they mean that essentially this is more caused because of the supply chain issues, not because of people having an insane amount of money in the market right now. On the other hand, you have people claiming, well, this is completely monetary policy, and it's called quantitative easing.
Yeah.
Basically, by the Fed, that's causing this because there's too much money in the system, creating too much demand. Now, we had this debate in the US for a long, long time until the camp that's literally claimed that this is transitory went on TV and said, we were wrong. This is not transitory. We're retiring the word transitory. This is literally what the guy who claimed that this was transitory for a year and a half came on TV in front of everybody and said, I'm retiring the word transitory. This inflation is not. So the guy who was advocating for this, the leader of the transitory camp, came out in November and said,
doesn't that make him look bad though? Because isn't he basically saying that this is all because of my policy? Because he was the one at the Fed, right?
Nah, yes and no. It's
like transitory blames it on other things. For
hold
him,
on,
right?
he's not the point here. I don't give a fuck about him, bro.
Okay.
So we're talking about like the origins of inflation. So the guy who's basically the poster child for transitory comes out and says, well, this is definitely not transitory. I was wrong. Okay. So now you have this debate. Whether you think it's transitory more or less, that's your opinion. The guy that was basically in charge of your monetary policy said that he was wrong about it. So now the question is, what do we do with government spending? Because if we understand that we have inflationary problems, we know two things. Solving supply chain issues will ease the inflation 100%.
Yeah.
If you can solve the supply chain issues, you would ease the inflation pressures for sure. Now that's we can all agree on this. Now the question is, what happens if you solve inflationary pressure, if you solve supply chain issues, but you keep pumping money into the system? Now, the way you pump money into the system basically is there's a few ways to keep pumping money into the system. One, what the US did through the 2020 and the sum of 2021, basically write checks, literally give people money, unprecedented. Like, remember stimulus? Stimulus is like I never thought I'd see the day, but like stimulus was literally the government giving away money. That's never going to happen again. That has been done, and it's never coming back.
Well, you don't think UBI is ever going to come back? You don't think anyone wants UBI now?
Stimulus is not going to come back. Now, the other way to basically pump money into the system is by the Federal Reserve to acquire mortgage-backed securities and treasury bonds on the open market, which is essentially they're buying their own debt back and putting money instead of it into the system. And then that's another way to pump money into the system. That is one aspect of it. Now, the amount of purchasing that's going on in the market is one issue. The second issue is how much money the government is printing. And that has to do with the government's balance sheet. So basically right now, if you want to say, well, we think government spending should be much, much higher because we want to help the poor people. We want to have better infrastructure. We want to have better education. We want to have better healthcare and whatnot. So we need a lot of government spending to solve all of these prices of inequality. Rich people have everything. Poor people have nothing. The middle class is getting eroded in the US. We need to pump more money into the system in order to basically solve the inequality issues. So, okay, no problem. So now you start these government programs that basically pump money into the system as well. Now, when you pump money into the system through these government products, it's definitely helping people. Make no mistake about it. I mean, is there anybody here who's going to argue that if a family with a poor family that gets a few $1,000, it doesn't help? Of course it helps.
Yeah.
But the question is, what's happening on the macroeconomic level? So when you do that, some people seem to think that the government can go bankrupt. How would we pay for this? And like, this is a completely misunderstanding of how a government budget works. The US government can never ever go bankrupt. It can go into deep debt, but it can never go bankrupt because they can literally print as much money as they want. So there will always be enough money. The question is, what happens if you put out these government plans to support whatever infrastructure, education, healthcare? This money needs to come from somewhere. And if you don't have enough in tax revenue, you have to print money. What happens when you print money to pay for these programs if you don't have enough money coming from tax revenue?
Inflation. You
increase inflation. So is this a good idea to do a massive money printing to pay for government spending during right now? We have the highest inflation that we had since 1982 in 30 years. And not to mention the pace at which it's going, we're headed into double-digit inflation by this year. So we're about to hit double-digit inflation. So right now, we have the situation where inflation is basically going crazy. Whether it's supply chain driven or not, it's your decision. I don't think it is. Jerome Powell doesn't think it is anymore. He changed his mind. But you might think it is. It doesn't matter. The question is, whether you think it's supply chain or printing money, do you think that spending more money by the government and thus printing more money is going to make it worse or make it better? So imagine right now a family getting $3,000 as a grant, whatever. Great. But because we just printed another $2 trillion or whatever, right now, their salary, which will not go up as fast as inflation, I guarantee you that as a Russian, I've seen this happen. Salaries can never catch up with inflation.
That's hilarious.
So you just gave them what?
Hilarious.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, because I know it's because the ruble never like catch on to the inflation.
No, it was
like
the stuff that we've seen in Russia in 1990, like 1991, 1993, 1994. It's like horrific sites, bro.
You've been
People
out of the country
socks.
also because recently, like every few years, but like in 2016 or some shit like that, 2015, I guess, after they tried to occupy some parts of Ukraine, they are under sanctions, and where used to people had a salary of like $500-600. Now they have $200, $100 salaries all of a sudden because relative to the dollar, ruble just dropped down and never really recovered. So like it's incredibly, it's very funny by the way to watch Americans.
By the way, the same thing happened with Turkey. Look at Turkey.
Recently in Turkey, and again in 2013-15, the same happened in Ukraine, where it was like 8 hryvnias per $1. Now it was 15. Then
have you ever seen footage of people taking bags of money to buy bread? There's like 2 bags of money, and they have to give the bags
hyperinflation.
I've seen that happen.
It happened in Belarus not that long ago, and it happened after the Soviet Union broke down, and it happened in Africa a bunch of times in different countries, and so it's funny to see Americans complain about inflation when it's like. What's the percentage of inflation now? Like
6.8.
What we're
as
talking
of
about
November,
right now?
6.8%. As of
November. But usually it's like 4%, right?
Usually it's 3, right?
It's usually
depends
3.
on which year. Depends on which.
So
year.
it's twice the usual.
It's only 6.8. Print more.
No. Hold on. It's not, well, hold on. There's a few things I want to clarify here. So first of all, just to finish my earlier point, the people that will be most impacted by the fact that their buying power and purchasing power will be eroded. The poor people will be hurt the most because they don't have any property. They don't have jack shit. So like when they say, oh, it's the rich people who will get fucked. No, it's the poor people who will get it the worst, bro. Now, the thing is, with inflation, it's not a straight line with the way it progresses. It's like the pandemic. You remember how you start 1 case, 10 cases, 1,000, 50,000. So it's parabolic. With inflation, if you don't catch it before that parabolic rise, it's very hard to catch it. That's why now it seems like, oh, 8.8%, 7%. Bro, the rate right now is 0.8% per month. So that doesn't stay constant. The question is, with inflation, is how you stop it. Okay, so I think there's people who have genuinely good intentions. They're basically saying, well, motherfuckers, help the poor. You all have like fucking billions and you're all assholes, and you're talking to me about inflation, macroeconomics. These people don't have any food. Fucking help them. And they're right 100%. But government spending in a time of inflation, probably not the best time, not the best way to achieve that. I think in Western countries in general suffer from inequality in the division of resources that needs to be solved. But I can tell you it's a very delicate process because coming from a country that tried to solve this and it caused a clusterfuck of 100 years, it's a very difficult solution, bro. So I agree that there's an issue, and like to see a rich old dude sitting in the studio chuckling about inflation while people don't have any food and don't give them the grant or don't give them money, it's going to cause inflation. He has no moral ground to stand on to make these arguments because he's a rich motherfucker. He shouldn't be doing.
And he gets his grants. He doesn't say when rich people and like military spending is done, people don't say inflation.
But the problem is that on the macroeconomic level, it will hurt the poor more than it will help them long term. It's kind of counterintuitive, but unfortunately it is. So the government needs to find a way to get it done. And there is a way, actually. You want the solution? How to actually solve inequality without crashing the economy and causing massive inflation. So the way the US needs to do it, and this was kind of easy to explain. So the way the US needs to do it, if you can generate more tax revenues in the US that will pay for these government programs, then you won't cause inflation if you give out money for the poor. Okay, so the question is, how do you generate more tax revenue? And a lot of these left economists will tell you, well, you raise the tax rate. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's not going to work, unfortunately. I wish it would have been that simple, because I think corporations and rich people are undertaxed globally.
Yeah.
But raising taxes is not going to help, because there's going to be, right now, we have such high mobility between countries and tax jurisdictions.
Oh, you think all the corporations just leave if you raise their taxes?
No, I don't think. I know. I've seen this happen. When you increase tax rate, you create a higher incentive for them to build very expensive tax planning, to shift their revenues to a more lucrative taxation residence.
Well, why can't we close these tax loopholes?
Wait, I'll explain why. It's a different story. I'll explain why. But basically, they don't have to move a single worker. All they do, like I'll give an example. Like Google, for example, say that their intellectual property is located in an Irish company, even though they're a US company, but they're saying, yeah, our intellectual property is owned by an Irish company, and we're paying 12% tax there. And all the employees are in the same place in the US, but now the Irish government gets to tax Google at half of what they would pay in the US, and the US can do jack shit about it.
And the Irish are really screwing us on that.
Yeah, they're screwing out the entire world. The Irish have screwed everybody. But there's always, if it's not Ireland, it's going to be fucking Uzbekistan or fucking Belarus or fucking Finland. Or there's always going to be something to say, well, come here, I'll give you a better tax. There's always going to be somebody to, it's like the prisoner dilemma, right? There's always been the first guy who's.
So then isn't the solution that your government has to keep your businesses? Because we do have just such a pro-business attitude.
So the solution is how to increase taxes without how to increase tax collection without increases in tax rate. Now, number one it's a very tough pill to swallow because every politician is going to claim that is going to get fucked because the public doesn't want to hear that. So the way you cause increased tax collection is by lowering tax rates. If you lower tax rates and you increase competition in the market, because in the US, the antitrust authority has been morally bankrupt for 20 years. Okay. They let everything get monopolized. Everything in the US is now a monopoly, bro. Microsoft is a monopoly. Google is a monopoly. Facebook is. They monopolized broadcast. Everything is. So you have to break apart monopolies, make everything competitive again, drive prices down, and reduce taxes. So you raise. There's this thing called the Laffer curve. In the Laffer curve, if you reduce taxes, increase collections, increase competition, lower down prices, and solve supply chain issues. Because if you don't solve supply chain issues, that's not going to happen. Do all of that together, you can actually give away money for infrastructure, education, healthcare, and help the less fortunate without fucking the inflation. But
I think politically, you're only gonna get support for that one part. They will hear make the taxes lower. They will ignore everything else gonna get left out, and you're still gonna have your monopolies, but with lower taxes, and it's still gonna suck.
Bro, the U.S. Antitrust Authority has been asleep at the wheel like a.
But you can't, dude. But Tom, in America, they love business so much that, like, what can they do? I was telling this guy before.
Well, hold on a second.
They can't stop them.
Is supposed a market without competition is a market that's going. It's not. It's under optimal. It's suboptimal.
Tom, monopoly is the championship ring of business. You kill it, you get to the top, you get that ring, baby. You can't stop Jeff Bezos now. He's on a rip. He's on a run. He's going to the top. And who has the balls to take him apart? They can't do it. They're too soft. I find government, like, they always, those business guys, they're such alphas. They go into the government, and the government people are like, hey, can you teach me how to use my phone? You're so cool. They don't do shit. They can't do anything. But America's too pro-business, too, I feel like.
Somehow China doesn't have this problem. Somehow
China's crazy, dude. They're putting their CEOs in jail.
Somehow
in America, we honor our CEOs. We say, here, take it to $10 billion.
Yeah, maybe there is another
go
way.
to space.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, look at Laffer curve.
Yeah. That's Laffer. That's Art Laffer. But guys, I am so sick and I'm falling asleep now.
Yeah, let's go.
4 hours.
Ed, thank you so much. I love you, man.
Ed, thanks for coming, man. You're great. Ed does my graphics on my meditation show. But Tom
really?
Yeah, it's
Ed, I'm the $10 million studio guy.
It's a $10 million studio, and I have a $5 million ashram. I don't want to go over.
So you're doing you're doing the $10 million graphics? Those are
I'm doing all of them. Yeah.
He does those graphics, and then I'll show you guys. Actually, I'll show you guys my.
Oh, that's fucking fire! I love those.
Dude, you gotta see.
He's talented. I didn't know you're the guy.
He's the guy, dude. You didn't know?
Guy. That's right.
Respect.
I'm the local. Amish just knows to call me because I'm the local leftist.
You see this?
Over here.
The local leftist.
Yeah, no, he does do the rips. Can you guys see this right now on the screen? The bus.
Oh, tramvai.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a tramvai in like 30 years, bro. You know what tramvai is?
This is the bus. Is my bus a tramvai?
It's a tramvai. It's like it's the classic Russian mass transportation system.
So on my meditation, we basically go into the unconscious mind through this bus. It's a bus journey.
It's a
trolley bus.
It's a trolley. You know what? We got to run on green energy. So
every Russian city has better mass transportation than any US city.
What do you think? What do you think about US cities though? Aren't they like dog shit? I was so surprised when I learned about this. There's this channel. I want you guys all to go and subscribe to Not Just Bikes. It's
Not Just Bikes. Oh yeah. You sent me that. I'll put it in the chat.
And
hold on. Which city you're talking about? If you're talking about LA, it's dog shit.
Well, basically everything but New York, I guess.
No, you're talking about every city with the grid system. Hold on. If you're talking about the city with the grid system cities, for the most part, are very efficient.
But I mean, like lack of walkability and public transportation and lack of.
Well, that's you're talking about California, San Francisco, and LA, probably mostly.
But also like suburbia and the single-family housing planning, you know.
But that's just the case. I think,
and zoning also that you need to go to. You don't have. You know how convenient it. Apparently, you Americans don't have just like a
I love those graphics so much.
Dude, these graphics are so tight. Yeah, he made all
Ed,
these.
can I hire you to do some of mine, bro?
Oh my god.
I mean, that's gonna be
expensive. Are you expensive?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's working full time.
I can afford you. No, I can afford. I want you, bro. Like your graphics. If you,
Look at these graphics, dude. This is all in my meditation.
Talk to me later. I have a okay. I guess I can disclose it here.
Well, 5 days he's off.
We're like trial running I have some people now. We're like trial running a studio. So
this is really cool. I like
so
it.
Cool, eh? Dude, look at this auction that he made.
No, but I agree with Ed. Ed is saying something really important. Go to any shit Russian city, even Krasnodar, where my grandma used to live. In Krasnodar, bro. It's in the fucking. It's a shithole. Sorry if anybody's here from Krasnodar. I apologize.
No, for sure not.
So it's like for most Russians don't even know where that fucking shit is. So even that city has better mass transportation than any U.S. city, bro. Any. Including like buses, trams, everything is like you don't need a car in the Russian city. You don't need a car.
You didn't actually. Have you been to like post-Soviet country?
As a tourist
in a while? As a tourist?
No, Tom Nash is totally white on the inside. He sounds like.
So I'll tell you a story before I go. Listen. Before I go, I'll tell you a
me.
story. So before when my grandma was still alive, and before we got our grandpa over here. So I went to Krasnodar with my father. And we stayed at the hotel and everything, and it was nice. On the last night, before we had to take our flight, we ate at the Krasnodarian sushi place, which was a mistake. So I had a very rough night. So at some point, I was like, I wasn't sure I was going to make the flight. So I went to the bathroom. I decided to take a shower to basically try to feel better because it was fucking vicious. So I get out of the shower and I realized my towel is on the rack, which is far away. So I put my feet, one of my foot on the ledge of the bath, and I grab the pole that moves the curtain with my
no, you
hand.
can't grab that thing. That's
yeah. And as I reach for the towel, the pole comes off. It's in my hand, and I do a somersault in the fucking bathroom. In the
my
bathroom,
goodness.
bro. Landing on my back, bro. Luckily, I had literally zero bruising, no scratches, nothing, nothing happened. So my dad screams, "What the fuck happened?" It's like nothing. I was like, "Oh God, I could have died here in this." So imagine they would. I never thought to myself, this would be like how they find me, naked, in a Krasnodarian bathtub, hugging a fucking shower curtain, bro.
Oh, that's sick. You
just
like draped yourself.
Sushi vomit all over the floor.
Sushi vomit.
I was like, thank you, God, for not letting me die like this. Thank you, please. Oh,
no,
anyways,
you're good, man.
Ed, I want to talk to you later. Amish, you can put me in touch with Ed later.
Of course.
Okay, good.
I'll put you in touch.
Thank you, guys. Thank you,
Thanks,
Amish.
dude. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Ed.
And Tom, Tom, do you have a youtube.com/Tom Nash or something? Is that your channel?
I don't have a YouTube channel.
I know you have a YouTube channel.
I'm just only on MySpace.
What a lie!
You have a YouTube channel.
I'm only on MySpace.
Maybe on the. Are you on the RooTube?
271,000 subscribers. You do have a Tom Nash.
There used to be a Russian YouTube.
I'm gonna put this up. I'm
on VK. You know what VK is?
Yeah. On Vkontakte.
Vkontakte.
On VK. Tom Nash TV. YouTube.com/Tom Nash TV. Tom Nash TV.
Do not subscribe. I forbid you to.
I love it. I love that you're doing like some kind of you're doing like a reverse psychology.
Reverse psychology, yeah.
Do not subscribe to my channel. If you do, bad things will happen. Do not do it.
Subscribe to Tom's channel, everybody. YouTube.com/Tom Nash TV. It should be on the screen. Hold on, it's not on the screen anymore.
It doesn't matter.
Lulu Minotaur's on the screen. Most capitalist social podcast medal unlocked. Sick. Thank you. Yeah. No, we had a good range here. I am like so out of it though. I can't even think anymore. I'm like dying because I am sick and I'm just on these pills and the pills are wearing off. I can just feel them wearing off.
Don't hold the shower curtain in your hand.
I will never, dude. That's a rookie mistake, dude. If I was dying, I wouldn't grab for that.
You want to see how capitalist I am?
Show us.
I just got a new chair. It's called the Herman Miller Aeron. Have you heard about this chair?
That's sexy. Okay. No.
This chair costs more than what the Ukrainian average salary is for 6 months. Now, like Ed hates me right now.
This is the most capitalist pig joke you can make.
No,
If
that's
he's
fine.
a
That's
capitalist
fine.
pig, these
I
jokes.
can imagine Ed right now. If he sat in this room, he would have taken an ice pick and put it in my neck, bro.
Dude, I should you not. Actually, I recently I was looking up Ukrainian salaries for I didn't remember why I was wondering about that. And I'm like in top 0% basically, because like
001?
because yeah, like the site was saying that like 100% of employees make less money than me. This is what the site was saying.
Wow.
Because
your
I have like
inflation is nothing. Your inflation
because
is
I
nothing.
have an American salary basically, but I live in Ukraine.
But
that's great.
Ed
So
is
that's very
hacking the
smart.
system. He's getting US level salaries and
Yeah.
some, but
Yeah.
he's living on Ukrainian fucking cost
Yeah,
of
my
living.
rent is like
He says he loves
my rent
communism, but he
is
takes
like
the capitalist money. He takes the capitalist money.
No, but imagine if you could get paid in a US salary and live in Ukraine where everything is pennies,
Dude,
bro.
that's what I'm doing too, man. Canadian,
my rent is
in
like
Canada?
a fraction of my salary. It's like nothing.
Yeah, U.S. money comes to Canada. It's worth 30% more. Bing bang, God is great.
Bing bang, bada boom.
Bing bang, God is great. Yo,
Yes,
thanks for coming.
that
Everyone.
is
Yo,
great.
next week we got Elaine Linga. Tom, you should come by more often, man. It's great.
No,
it's gonna be. I can't wait. Ed, Tom, you guys can hash out your Russian differences or Ukrainian Russian differences. But that was great. Thanks, everyone. Make sure you support.
I just want to say Alexander Usyk is the GOAT, even though he's like Ukrainian. But I like Ukrainian.
And
He's
a
the
sexy
GOAT,
man,
bro.
too.
He's about to fucking demolish Tyson Fury, bro. People don't understand how good this motherfucker is.
Oh, you're talking about in fighting. You watch fights?
Boxing, not fighting.
Oh, I never got into boxing.
Boxing is a fucking art, my guy. Just so you
Really?
know.
Because Joe Rogan
Yes.
says that it's all about the MMA. MMA is where it's at.
No, MMA is fucking barbarian. Boxing is
Wow.
art. It's chess.
You are so American. I feel like that's such an American thing to say. I don't know, but then Russians box too, though. I don't know.
He's gonna get such a like. He's gonna be so concocted by the end of his 30s or
Who?
40s or whatever. I guess both of them, you know. Boxing, like they all become walking vegetables.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
not. Yeah,
Yeah, they do become walking vegetables. It's not. It doesn't look like a good life. The whole boxing thing, not into it. I wouldn't do it.
Unless you're Floyd. If you're Floyd,
yeah,
he never gets hit.
he doesn't. But I heard he did not. I just heard, and maybe we got to just talk about this next time. I heard he didn't pay Logan Paul for the fight.
He did not.
Yeah, he just didn't pay him. Like he just owes Logan Paul money for the fight. Dude, he's so scammy like that. He's like, nah, I didn't pay him. Apparently, I don't know. Yeah, he.
Okay.
I mean, they're
Allegedly,
fighters.
allegedly,
They're fighters. They
Yeah,
like to
don't
fight.
get sued.
Yeah, don't get sued by
Allegedly,
Floyd,
yeah.
bro. Don't sue me, Floyd.
Don't sue.
Okay.
All right,
Good
everyone.
time to finish.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Thanks for coming. Peace.
Peace.